Chapter 520 Deep Underground. Chapter 520 Deep Underground. I heard that the vermilion fruit is scarlet all over and resplendent. Why is the fruit green? Li Ziyue asked curiously. It isn't fully ripe. Su Zimo replied, but by the looks of it, it should ripen within a month or so. Before it was ripe, the vermilion fruit was not a great tonic and even possessed immense poison. If ordinary living beings were to approach it, they would be affected by the aura released by the vermilion fruit and would lose their minds, falling into a deep hallucination. Most of these spirit items of the universe possessed the capability to protect themselves. This place was unusually secretive and did not have much intruders usually. Otherwise, there would be countless corpses around the vicinity of the spirit items. The vermilion fruit could only be plucked after it was ripe. Furthermore, once the fruit ripens, if it wasn't plucked within a single day, it would fall off on its own. Once the vermilion fruit makes contact with mud, all the energy contained in the fruit would flow back into the mud and return to the earth. It would be completely wasted. Su Zimo remarked, "Let's dig up all the spirit herbs in the outer perimeter of the vermilion fruit and give up on those inside. Don't get close to the vermilion fruit by all means. There's no hurry. The spirit chi here is robust and the medicinal fragrance is rich. We can use the chance to cultivate here for a while and our injuries should be healed before long," Li Ziyue remarked deeply. Xian Yi and Liu Hui nodded. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly and did not speak further. The most logical decision after discovering such a treasure ground in the Great Qian Ruins was to dig up the spirit herbs and leave as soon as possible. The Great Qian Ruins was not a kind place. Dangers did not come from the ruins alone, but also other cultivators. If any intruders were to enter and catch sight of this medicinal field, needless to think, a blooded battle would be invoked. When he saw that Xian Yi and the other two had already assumed lotus positions to heal up, Su Zimo did not interrupt them. At that moment, he had two other doubts in mind. Firstly, there should be ferocious beasts in the vicinity of this universal spirit item, guarding it. Su Zimo believed that any ferocious beasts hiding here wouldn't be able to avoid his detection. But up till this point, he did not notice any trace or aura of any ferocious beasts. That was way too strange. Secondly, apart from the vermilion fruit, there was also the scarlet flame bamboo, scarlet moongrass and scarlet flame fruit. It was probably not a coincidence that so many spirit herbs with the power of flames was born in this place. There was an extremely high chance that the rumors about the carnate spirit fire in the Great Qian Ruins were true. A clear spirit spring surrounded the medicinal field, emitting a rich spirit chi that nourished the spirit fields constantly. Su Zimo meandered along the spirit spring and continued deep into the palace. 1,000 feet away, he arrived at the mouth of the spirit spring. The mouth of the spirit spring was a gigantic pool that was gurgling with spring water, flowing continuously for 10,000 years. This pool seemed like it was created for baths to be taken. Made with white jade, it was more than 5 meters long and had a depth of 2 meters. Exquisite drawings of fishes, dragons, flowers, and birds were etched around the walls of the pool. Against the reflection of the jade, the clear spring water shimmered brightly and the fishes, dragons, flowers, and birds on the walls seemed alive. A flowering crabapple blossomed in the middle of the pool. The spring water gushed and a misty fog spread. In the haziness, an alluring body seemed to form above the flowering crabapple with a pleasant elegance. Beautiful as white jade with a rouge tinge, it was extremely charming and reached into one's soul. Su Zimo felt his heart skip a beat and shut his eyes hurriedly. A moment later, he opened them again and looked over. There was nothing on the flowering crabapple except for the fog around it that changed endlessly. The owner of the pool and medicinal field should have been a woman and her status in the Great Qian Empire should have been rather imminent. Reaching out, Su Zimo splashed gently in the pond and his eyes lit up. True enough. The spirit spring was warm. There had to be a powerful source of fire deep beneath this place. He did not know what status this woman held in the past or how powerful she was to be able to create such a majestic palace underground in the capital. Not only that, she made use of the powerful fire source underground to nurture a medicinal field and turn the spirit spring into a hot spring. Circling around the hot spring, Su Zimo surveyed the ground with a keen gaze, seemingly looking for something. In theory, there should be an entrance leading underground in the vicinity of this hot spring. However, after circling a few times, Suzumo discovered nothing. A moment later, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and fixed his gaze on a divine dragon etched on the wall of the pool. There was nothing wrong with that divine dragon. It was lifelike and its claws, scales, horns and whiskers were realistic. However, one of its eyes was missing. Was it an error in the etching? Or could it have been washed away by time after 10,000 years? Suzumo shook his head. The possibility of both guesses were extremely low. Dot the I's when you're drawing a dragon. Those words came to Suzumo's mind as he murmured, dot the I's, dot the I's. Heading forward, he reached out and pressed gently on the spot where the dragon's eye was missing. That push caused the walls of the pool to sink in slightly. Sensing the motion beneath him, Suzumo soared into the air hurriedly. The two stone slabs that he was standing on slid to both sides rapidly and revealed stone steps leading underground. Suzumo praised internally. The structure could be considered as a piece of godly work. Even after 10,000 years, the mechanisms did not age and functioned as per normal. Taking a whiff at the entrance, a cold glint shone in Suzumo's eyes. He could sense a vague hint of demonic chi in the warm air current that was surging out. In that case, the ferocious beast guarding this place should be hiding in the depths of this place. With the possibility of a carnate spirit fire existing beneath, Suzumo would not give up despite knowing the possible dangers lurking. Entering the tunnel slowly, he gradually disappeared into the darkness. The two stone slabs above his head closed silently, leaving no gaps. As Suzumo ventured deeper along the descending stone steps, the surrounding temperature increased. A long time later, he came to the end of the stone steps and was clearly at the bottom of the place. Before him, there was a dark tunnel that had an unknown destination. Not daring to be careless, Suzumo withdrew Blood Quencher from his storage bag and headed into the depths of the tunnel with narrowed eyes. The temperature was getting higher. His green robes were already so dry that a single spark could ignite them. If not for the fact that he possessed tsunami blood and a shocking physique, no ordinary golden core would be able to endure this scorching heat. If I'm not wrong, a carnate spirit fire must definitely be hidden in the depths of this place. Suzumo was increasingly convinced. The carnate spirit fire was more important to him than the 10,000-year vermilion fruit. With the carnate spirit fire, he could refine a new set of 27 flying swords and the power of his candlelight sword formation would increase significantly. Furthermore, he could attempt to repair his mystic gold silk armor and the black gold arrows he found in the ancient battlefield. If he could repair the mystic gold silk armor, it would mean that he would be in possession of a carnate-grade defensive spirit weapon. Coupled with his physique, the power of ordinary golden cores wouldn't be able to hurt him. He might even be able to withstand the attack of an ordinary nascent soul. As Suzumo contemplated, a series of red lights flashed vaguely from the darkness ahead. The deeper he ventured, the brighter and clearer they became. Chapter 521, Little Fox. Chapter 521, Little Fox. Before long, his vision cleared up. This was a gigantic underground cave and everywhere in sight was a fiery red. The fog evaporated as the heat wave spread over. Steaming lava flowed within the cave like a scarlet gooey river. From time to time, a bubble would pop up from the surface, causing sparks to fly. If one were to focus their attention, they could see that there were translucent flames flowing on the surface of the lava, fluid with an extremely high temperature. Carnate spirit fire. Licking his chapped lips, Suzumo gulped. He expected carnate spirit fire underground, but he did not expect so much of it. Furthermore, the sight before him was simply way too shocking. Burning red lava was everywhere with no end in sight and there was little ground for anyone to actually step on. There were only a few protruding rocks which were also scarlet from the heat. This was a sea of lava and a world of flames. It was too hot. Even Suzumo's body felt a bit of burden given the heat and a layer of thin sweat appeared on his forehead. He crushed a protection talisman. A spirit light appeared around him, forming a faint light barrier that repelled the heat wave of the lava. Now that he had cooled down slightly, Suzumo meandered around the borders of the lava and headed in, sticking close to the walls. There should be a demon beast hidden within. He had to get rid of that latent danger, or his weapon refinement would fail if he was interrupted by the demon beast during the process. In fact, his life might be in danger. It was hard to predict the strength of a demon beast that could survive in such circumstances. There was a high chance that it could even be stronger than him. Up ahead was a turn. After the turn was still a large ocean of lava. However, there was a sizable piece of land in the middle of the lava, resembling a lone island in an ocean. A demon beast that was the size of a small mountain sprawled on the land with its eyes closed. Its body was filled with scarlet fur that had no luster, and it had a big, furry tail. It was a fire fox. In the fox race, once they cultivate to become spirits, they can take on human form, and all of them were beauties. They could be considered as seductresses and were charming. In the strange tales that were spread in the mortal realm, they were described as fox spirits that mostly seduced scholars and had an extremely bad reputation. However, after entering the cultivation world, Suzimo knew that the fox race was considered as a friendlier race among the demon races. Despite that, he did not dare to be careless. He glared at the demon fox for a moment. It did not budge, nor did it open its eyes. In fact, Suzimo could not even sense any bit of life from the fox. It was already dead. The fur on its body did not fall off and its flesh did not rot. It should have died less than 100 years ago. However, immediately after, Suzimo had another doubt. By the looks of it, that fox was clearly not at the end of its lifespan. If so, how did it die? He could not see any bit of injury on the fox at all. What caused its death? Since the fox was already dead, its demonic powers should have dissipated and disappeared a long time ago. Yet, where did the trace of demonic chi that he sensed when the entrance was opened up came from? There's other demon beasts hiding here. The moment that thought struck him, he felt the sensation of being peeped at. Shifting his gaze, Suzimo caught sight of a black basket beside the fox's corpse. The black basket looked like a pot that was flipped on the ground with mysterious patterns etched on it, revealing a couple of holes. The other holes shone with light. However, a pair of them were pitch black, seemingly blocked by two black balls. Suzimo muttered softly. Right then, the black ball in the metal basket twitched with an unusual movement. Those were no black balls, they were a pair of large eyes. A living being was hiding under that iron basket and peering at Suzimo through the holes on it. The next moment, the iron basket was raised slowly and a little red thing popped its head out warily, revealing its true appearance. Its flaming red long fur had a warm luster, like a blanket that one could not resist touching. The little thing was red from head to toe except for its chest, which had white fur. The combination of red and white caused it to look even more beautiful and charming. Its ears stood and twitched gently while its large eyes blinked as it tilted its head slightly, looking at Suzimo curiously. This little thing should be the descendant of the dead demon fox and looked to be an adorable cub. The eyes of the little fox shifted rapidly, filled with curiosity and doubt, similar to a child. Standing on its hind legs, it reached out with a pair of tiny paws and raised the big black pot. When he saw that, Suzimo broke out into laughter. In part, he was laughing at himself for being overly cautious. The little fox that was still a cub posed no threat to him at all. At the same time, the posture of the little thing was simply way too cute. When it saw Suzimo's smile, the little fox lowered its head embarrassedly. It was actually being shy in a manner similar to humans. However, immediately after, as if it recalled something, the little fox raised its head and cried out anxiously. With its tiny paws, it tried its best to gesture, wanting to say something. However, it forgot that it was still raising the iron basket. There was a loud thud on the ground. The little fox was covered by the basket once more. Initially, this should have been a cute scene. But this time round, Suzimo did not laugh. That was because he could not laugh. There was danger. If it was anybody else, they would not have understood the little fox's cries and gestures. However, Suzimo cultivated as an immortal and a demon and had lived together with Monkey, the spirit tiger, little crane, and night spirit. Although he could not understand the language of demons, he could make a rough guess. Little Fox's meaning was clear. It was informing him that there was danger around. This time round, his spirit perception did not give him any warning. However, Suzimo was certain that there was a terrifying existence hiding at this place. That existence could even hide from his spirit perception. Suzimo's conviction did not come from Little Fox's warning alone. It was because there was something else he finally understood. There was only a possibility why the demon fox died here before its lifespan was up. Another powerful existence killed it. Apart from the little fox, there was another living being in this cave. Instantly, Suzimo's hair stood on end and chills ran down his spine. He knew that he was now in grave danger and could die at any moment. At the same time, a mild vibration came from above the cave. Anybody else wouldn't have noticed those vibrations. However, Suzimo's senses were way too strong. He knew that intruders had arrived at the palace above. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them. This is bad. Peak Master Xian Yi is in danger. Suzimo was alarmed. In his moment of distraction, the lava flowing beside him splashed and a tall figure with a terrifying aura burst forth, lunging towards him. It happened at almost the same time. Xian Yi and the other two in the palace above and Suzimo in the cave all met with danger. Chapter 522, Scarlet Armored Fiend Demon. Chapter 522, Scarlet Armored Fiend Demon. Suzimo would have never guessed that the unknown living being would burst forth from the lava. The temperature of the lava was extremely high, such that he didn't dare to touch it even with his body, let alone stay inside it. That unknown living being was scarier than he had imagined. Suzimo's reaction was swift and without any hesitance. He burst forth with his blood chi while circulating his inner core and golden core at the same time, invoking his full cultivation. Swoosh! Straight away, he turned into his demon form and slashed in reverse with Blood Quencher towards the incoming figure without even turning to look. Without dodging or retreating, the person reached out and punched with a thunderous might. Clang! When Blood Quencher collided against the person's fist, metallic sounds actually rang as sparks flew. An irresistibly terrifying force rippled through the blade of the saber. Suzimo's palm split open and blood streamed out. Unable to maintain his grip on Blood Quencher, it flew from his hand. Nearly 3 feet of the saber was embedded in the wall behind him. The power released by that fist was so horrific. It was so strong. Suzimo had a great shock. That slash earlier was considered as his full power. Although Suzimo released his immortality and demonic strength at the same time, his opponent received it barehanded and sent his Blood Quencher flying instead. The difference was too great. Before Suzimo could react, a second punch flew over from the living being, slamming like a massive pillar with an endless ferocity. Suzimo did not even have the chance to summon the coiling dragon seal and could only raise both arms to defend. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had been through countless battles, but there were few moments where he was forced to defend passively. It was especially so for melee combat of brute force. But now, the opponent's attacks were so ferocious and powerful that Suzimo could not retaliate at all. Bang! The other party's fist landed on Suzimo's arms and a dull sound of defeat echoed. Instantly, his protection talisman shattered. With a dull grunt, Suzimo shuddered and staggered in retreat. There was a loud thud on the ground. Slamming against the wall behind him, Suzimo's expression was pale and his arms fell limply to the side, trembling slightly. He had already lost feeling in them. The other party was way too powerful. Given the attacks, it would take less than 3 punches for Suzimo to die here. His opponent was overwhelming everything with brute force. Even if Suzimo had a myriad of methods, he couldn't use any of them. On the parcel of land in the lava ocean, the little fox placed the iron basket above its head aside and stood up with a worried expression. Its little paws were propped up before its chest, looking like it was praying for Suzimo. The unknown living being exclaimed softly. It seemed to be shocked that it didn't manage to kill Suzimo with a single punch. Leaning against the wall, it was only at this moment that Suzimo could make out the other party's appearance. That person had red hair and a muscular body. At 2 meters tall, its face and legs had thick, coarse cuticles and scarlet scales lined its face one after another tightly. That was a body that could be described as perfect and invulnerable against fire, water, and weapons. Having just exited the lava, the person's body was still dripping with steaming lava. It had a torrential dominance and looked at Su Zimo mockingly with its triangular eyes. Although the other party seemed like it was a human, Su Zimo was almost certain that it was a fiend demon. In the demon race, those at Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm could be called spirit demons. The moment they entered Nascent Soul Realm, they could be called fiend demons. Low-level fiend demons were equivalent to Nascent Soul Perfected Lords. Mid-level fiend demons were equivalent to Void Reversion Dao beings. High-level fiend demons were equivalent to Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Above that, they could be considered as grand demons and were equivalent to conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo had both immortality and demonic cultivation and was even cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. In his cultivation path, he devoured half a dragon egg and great tonics such as the dragon blood elixir. He believed that on the same cultivation realm, there might be spirit demons with inherited ancient bloodlines who could be stronger than him. However, the difference between them wouldn't be this great. This was a complete suppression. The other party was a low-level fiend demon at the very least and might even be at mid-level. What should we do? Panting slightly, Su Zimo circulated his bloodline and regained sensation in his arms while contemplating. He had to get out of this place alive. The medicine field in the palace above was enough to tempt any cultivator. In the Great Qian ruins, it was common to see people killing others for treasures. That was the most straightforward and effective method. If Su Zimo were to be stuck here, Xian Yi and the other two wouldn't be able to make it out of the Great Qian ruins alive. An immortal cultivator's golden core and a demon's inner core. You seem to have quite a few secrets. The scarlet-armored fiend demon smirked and looked at Su Zimo like a piece of succulent meat, remarking coolly, I'm truly hesitant to kill you since you already have such a strong body after just forming a core. But, after a slight pause, it changed the topic and its gaze turned cold. You've still got to die. Anyone who trespasses into my territory must die. After I kill you, I'll slaughter all the ants above that are coveting the vermilion fruit as well. At that time, you'll have companions in hell. Foo-foo. Su Zimo sneered. Sensing the scarlet-armored fiend demon's killing intent, he had nothing to fear as he shouted, Old monster, you're truly brazen with your word. I'm sure that this was the demon fox's territory initially. That fact that you're an intruder as well aside, the fact that you're spouting such big words just makes you shameless. Those words were cathartic for the little fox, but it triggered the scarlet-armored fiend demon entirely. Graw. Roaring in anger, it bared its sharp teeth and seethed, Human ant, you have a death wish. Bang. 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 The scarlet-armored fiend demon took 3 steps forward and arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. It gave off a scorching aura and grabbed the top of Su Zimo's head with its massive palm. If that attack struck, Su Zimo's head would definitely turn into sludge. I've got to give it my all. Su Zimo's eyes shone fiercely as he roared with his golden core churning fanatically. Golden core phenomenon, primordial soaring serpent. Boom. A primordial phenomenon that shocked the world appeared behind Su Zimo. The ground caved in, creating a series of ravines as mountains collapsed and volcanoes spewed with smoke billowing everywhere. Endless lava flowed freely on the vast lands, incinerating everything in sight as countless living beings were turned into ashes. It was the scene of an apocalypse. The lava ocean of the phenomenon seemed to be fused with the lava ocean in the cave. A massive living being crawled out from the depths of the ground with a terrifying aura. It had the head of a snake and the body of an anaconda. Red in color, it was lined with scales that stacked against one another like flaming red steel plate. It was the arrival of the primordial soaring serpent. When it saw the primordial soaring serpent, the scarlet-armored fiend demon froze for a moment and it broke into an uncontrollable shudder with a flash of fear in its eyes. That was an ancient fear that was embedded in the depths of its bloodline and soul. The scarlet-armored fiend demon was a fire attribute demon beast since it was able to survive in the lava. However, the soaring serpent race was one of the most ancient fire divine spirit. Chapter 523, All In. Chapter 523, All In. The hierarchy of the demon race was strict. When it saw the soaring serpent, although it was only the power of the phenomenon, the scarlet-armored fiend demon instinctively wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow. To begin with, the soaring serpent phenomenon was created from Su Zimo's power of fire attribute being cultivated to its limits. The power of the soaring serpent phenomenon exploded even further given the fiery surroundings. Snake head, anaconda body, dragon scales, and phoenix wings, the primordial soaring serpent flapped its flaming wings and opened its blooded mouth, taking a deep breath. The steaming lava on the ground gushed into the soaring serpent's mouth relentlessly. The flames on the body of the soaring serpent shone brighter with a resplendent radiance that could almost torch the void. Looking down from above, the primordial soaring serpent shifted its gaze onto the scarlet-armored fiend demon coldly, as if it was looking at an ant. Even though it was just a golden core phenomenon, it carried the dignity and nobility of the soaring serpent race. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. Swoosh! Both wings flapped and a fiery light surged into the air as the primordial soaring serpent lunged at the scarlet-armored fiend demon with a terrifying aura. How dare you get arrogant with a single golden core phenomenon? The scarlet-armored fiend demon shouted with a menacing expression. Suppressing the fear in its heart, it reached out with its massive palm and grabbed the primordial soaring serpent at its vital point. Pest! Suddenly, the primordial soaring serpent opened its mouth and shot out a column of lava at the scarlet-armored fiend demon. Prepared for it, the scarlet-armored fiend demon had already reached out its palm and blocked the front of the lava column. The fiery red lava spewed in all directions, rolling down from the scarlet-armored fiend demon's head with billowing steam. However, the scarlet-armored fiend demon was not injured at all. The difference in their cultivation realms was too great. Even with the increase in strength in Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon with the help of the cave's lava ocean, it could not pose a real threat to the scarlet-armored fiend demon. Although it was expressionless on the surface, the scarlet-armored fiend demon was nearly scared out of its wits. If the human ant before it managed to cultivate to its realm, the power of that single phenomenon would be enough to kill him. Thankfully, the scarlet-armored fiend demon lamented. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, as though he had already predicted this. Patting his storage bag gently, he pulled out a gigantic golden seal and injected spirit energy into it. The coiling dragon seal shone brightly. Roar! A dragon roar shook the world and reverberated within the cave. Su Zimo's eyes lit up brightly as he took a step forward instead of retreating. Boom! His inner core and golden core churned at the same time and his blood chi rose. Su Zimo's body expanded and his sleeves ripped apart, revealing an arm with popping green veins. Raising the coiling dragon seal in his left hand, Su Zimo smashed down heavily on the scarlet-armored fiend demon's head. At the same time, he freed his right hand with the divine phoenix bone and used it as a knife. Clang! Clang! His fingernails shot out, sharp as daggers, shimmering coldly as they thrusted into the scarlet-armored fiend demon's chest. Su Zimo did not hesitate at all for this counterattack and went all in with his trump cards, killing decisively. First, the primordial soaring serpent in his golden core primordial attracted the scarlet-armored fiend demon's attention. Thereafter, he closed in for the kill. That was Su Zimo's only chance. His killing move was not the golden core phenomenon, but his coiling dragon seal and the divine phoenix bone in his right hand. Poof! The scarlet-armored fiend demon exerted strength in his arm, causing the soaring serpent to explode and the power of the phenomenon to dissipate. At the same time, a gigantic golden seal crushed down on his head, covering the skies. Bang! When the coiling dragon seal slammed heavily on the head of the scarlet-armored fiend demon, it smacked his head to the side and his outer shell was broken, causing fresh blood to flow. It was not dead. The release of Su Zimo's power of his golden core, inner core and blood chi alongside a carnate spirit weapon only managed to break the outer layer of the scarlet-armored fiend demon's head. Howl! The scarlet-armored fiend demon yelled in pain. In his eyes, Su Zimo was nothing but an insignificant ant. He truly hadn't expected that the ant would be able to hurt him. Swoosh! The body of the scarlet-armored fiend demon expanded massively and that head of his which was initially in human form swiftly transformed, turning menacing with bared teeth in the blink of an eye. That injury had enraged the scarlet-armored fiend demon entirely. That transformation was clear that it was about to turn into its true form. Demons were only at their strongest when they were in their true forms. Pang, pang, pang. At the same time, Susimo's fingernails shattered when his right hand struck the scarlet-armored fiend demon's body. It didn't manage to thrust in. Susimo's expression changed, realizing that the situation wasn't looking good. Ever since he possessed the divine phoenix bone, Susimo did not take the initiative to use it and merely defended with it passively. The terrifying strength the divine phoenix bone possessed could only be triggered under intense conditions. But now that Susimo wanted to make use of the divine phoenix bone to break through the scarlet-armored fiend demon's defense, he ended in failure. Both his killing moves failed at the same time. Susimo's heart sank deeply to the bottom. Bang! He did not have any chance left as a tremendous force smacked against him, causing him to fly. Ooah! Susimo felt an incomparable pain surging through his body as he coughed out blood endlessly. After turning into his true form, the scarlet-armored fiend demon was a gigantic crocodile with a scarlet armor. Standing in the air, he wagged his thick tail and his eyes shone fiercely with blood on its head. That tail of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile nearly crushed Susimo's organs. Susimo glided through the air without any strength, as though he was falling apart. He was defeated. He was completely defenseless. I've been through countless tough battles up till this point of my cultivation and have dominated multiple strong foes of the same level. It's tough for me to come across a true opponent, but am I going to be buried by a crocodile today? Susimo was in such pain that his features were contorted and his mind was in chaos. Fuzzily, he fell towards the lava ocean beneath him. Before he actually fell in, the carnate spirit fire that burned on the surface of the lava had already burned Susimo's green robes into ashes. Initially, the little fox had a worried expression and kept its gaze on Susimo, worrying for his safety. Unexpectedly, Susimo's green robes were suddenly burned away and he turned nude instantly, revealing everything that shouldn't be revealed. Ah! Shrieking, the little fox blushed and extended its pair of tiny paws, covering its eyes. However, immediately after, a gap opened up in its paws and its gem-like black eyes could vaguely be seen through it. It did not want to peep on Susimo. However, it was truly worried. Yet, it did not dare to watch on brazenly, so it could only resort to such a method. The scorching sensation from the lava triggered Susimo's nerves repeatedly. Gritting his teeth, he focused his attention and clarity returned to his eyes. He must not give up. Until the very last moment, he must not give up hope. Circulating his golden core, Susimo controlled his figure hurriedly and grabbed his storage bag lest it fell into the lava. At the same time, he swept his gaze and caught sight of a hint of mockery and ridicule in the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's eyes. It's over. The voice of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile sounded. The next moment, Susimo's vision blurred. A massive shadow lunged over with a blood stench. Chapter 524, Devoured Alive. Chapter 524, Devoured Alive. A grisly red tongue that was burning with flames closed in with a blood stench. The surrounding teeth were sharp and the top and bottom row seemed to form a cage. It was too fast. There was no time to react at all. Within a split second, Susimo was already in the mouth of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. Not good. Susimo's heart skipped a beat and he was alarmed. The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile wanted to devour him alive. Given the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's cultivation realm, the terrifying strength of its bite was definitely able to turn him into sludge. At that moment, it was already too late for Susimo to retreat. Instead of panicking in that moment of life and death, Susimo calmed down. The worse the situation was, the more he mustn't panic. Otherwise, a single distraction would cause him to lose his life. Narrowing his gaze, Susimo's mind reeled as he contemplated how to get out of the situation. Time seemed to have slowed down. The candlelight sword formation? It won't work. Even a level 3 candlelight sword formation might not be able to break the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's defense, let alone his current level 2 candlelight sword formation. The ancient dragonification manual? It won't work. If his golden core phenomenon was dispelled by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, Nothing would change even if he conjured a true dragon. What other trump cards could help him hold out? All of a sudden, Susimo's eyes flashed with a glint. Without hesitation, he slapped his storage bag and withdrew a bronze square tripod that was around a meter tall. That bronze square tripod let out an ancient aura. It was the one he had picked up in the forbidden grounds of the Great Chen ruins. The tripod was lined with cracks and extremely battered but was unusually sturdy. Susimo did not know if the bronze square tripod could withstand the bite of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. However, that might be his only shot at survival. In a flash, his tendons and bones crackled at the same time, contorting into a lump as he squeezed himself into the bronze square tripod. Although it sounded slow upon narration, everything happened instantaneously. The moment Susimo entered the tripod, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile bit down fiercely. His vision turned dark. Clang! There was a crisp sound. The bronze square tripod shuddered, but it was perfectly fine. Susimo was elated. Although the bronze square tripod was already so battered, its sturdiness definitely made it a priceless treasure. In reality, it was also a freak coincidence. The bronze square tripod had been in the Great Chen ruins for 10,000 years. Although it was in the depths of the palace and was slightly secluded, there were other cultivators that noticed this tripod in the past. However, when they saw how battered it was, none of them bothered about it, thinking that it was just a damaged spirit weapon. Who would care about something as such when the Great Chen ruins was filled with damaged spirit weapons? If the bronze square tripod hadn't hurt Susimo's feet, he wouldn't have pulled it out from the mud intentionally either. Above the lava. Although the bronze square tripod was tough, it did not cause much harm to the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. To the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, the feeling was akin to biting a piece of rock while consuming food. Without another word, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile did not care at all as it shrugged its head before coiling its tongue and devouring the bronze square tripod along with Susimo into his stomach. There might be things that demon beasts could not bite through. However, the powerful contractions of their stomachs and frightening acid within would be enough to turn even metal and rocks into liquid. On the lone island in the lava ocean, the little fox looked at everything helplessly. The light in its eyes dimmed as it sighed gently. After devouring Susimo, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile turned towards the little fox nonchalantly with a cold gaze. Frightened, the little fox hurriedly moved the iron basket at its side and hid underneath. It was as though it would feel safer doing so. As a low-level fiend demon, the scarlet-armored fiend demon was equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Although it could take down Susimo with ease, it was nothing much in the wilderness outside, particularly so among the 8 demon races. There were plenty of fiend demons among the 8 demon races, and he was merely one of the lowest-leveled ones. Among the 8 demon races, only grand and old demons would have the chance to get their hands on the charming fox race. Given the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's status with his strength, he won't have a chance to lay his finger on them in his lifetime. However, by chance, he sensed the scorching aura and with it, discovered this secret of the palace and found his way underground. At that time, the little fox was just born not long ago. Initially, the demon fox was a mid-level fiend demon. However, after giving birth, it was at its weakest since it had lost a lot of blood chi. The scarlet-armored fiend demon seized the opportunity when its strength was greatly diminished. A massive battle broke out. The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was injured as well. However, the demon fox was even more severely injured. Both parties maintained the standoff for a couple of years and finally, the demon fox lost out and died. As for the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, its essence spirit was severely injured and hadn't fully recovered till now. Although the little fox saw everything, it was helpless. When it was injured, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was furious and wanted to kill the little fox right away. However, a stray thought entered his mind when he saw the pitiful expression of the little fox. After this little fox grew up and formed an inner core and was able to take on human form, wouldn't it be at his disposal? Soon. I'll just have to wait a little more. The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile could not contain its excitement as it witnessed the little fox growing with each passing day. Chapter 525 Escape, Reverse Kill. Chapter 525 Escape, Reverse Kill. Splash. After being devoured by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, the bronze square tripod flowed along with its gooey, smelly saliva and fell into a gigantic sealed space. Escaping death momentarily, Suzimo heaved a sigh of relief and extended his head warily, scanning his surroundings with a bright gaze. This should be the stomach of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. The grisly red walls of the stomach contracted endlessly and let out a nasty stench. Lined with blood vessels that resembled little snakes slithering, the place looked horrifying. The stomach walls were lined with a layer of thick, green liquid that increased as time passed by, letting out a piercing stench. Was that the digestive fluids of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile? Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. Withdrawing a supreme-grade flying sword from his storage bag, he used it to tap the thick green liquid gently. Sheeing. Smoke rose. Suzimo's expression changed and he released his grip right away. In the blink of an eye, the supreme-grade flying sword was corroded and turned into pus water. Suzimo was shocked. If he reacted slower earlier on, his palm would have been corroded away. What a strong corrosive power! Suzimo estimated that the digestive fluids of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile could turn him into liquid within 10 breaths. It did not matter how strong his regeneration powers were. Digestive fluids started flowing down along the walls of the stomach and Suzimo hid inside the bronze square tripod hurriedly. He did not dare to be in contact with the digestive fluids. Gradually, the thick, green digestive fluids started accumulating within the stomach. Although the bronze square tripod was surrounded by digestive fluids, it was not corroded. In fact, even the green rust on its surface did not vanish either. Standing within the bronze square tripod, Suzimo had a grim expression. He was not out of danger yet. The bronze square tripod was only slightly taller than a meter and yet, the digestive fluids were accumulating. Once it drowns the tripod, he would have nowhere to hide. Furthermore, the space within the stomach was limited. With the digestive fluids increasing in volume continuously, there was no way he would be able to avoid them later on. Bang! Boom! Boom! The stomach grumbled like rumbling thunder. The muscles of the stomach had started contracting. Taken by surprise, Suzimo nearly flew out of the bronze square tripod. Steadying himself hurriedly, his face turned paler. He had to think up a way to get out of this situation as soon as possible. If this carried on, he would definitely die. In the darkness, Suzimo's expression was dark as he glared at the stomach walls lined with gooey digestive fluids. His gaze was resolved and he made his decision. Standing in the bronze square tripod and avoiding the dripping digestive fluids, Suzimo approached the stomach walls of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. This was his only chance. Extending his right hand, Suzimo paused for a moment before taking a deep breath of air. With a savage gaze, he used his palm like a knife and stabbed the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's stomach walls. The flesh on his palm was the first to make contact with the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's digestive fluids. Sheeing. The frightening corrosive power of the digestive fluids was shown once more as the flesh on Suzimo's right hand was completely melted, revealing a scarlet bone palm within. The divine phoenix bone. That was Suzimo's plan. Since he could not invoke the power of the divine phoenix bone with his own strength, he would have to make use of external factors. The digestive fluids wanted to continue up Suzimo's wrist after melting the flesh on his palm. However, as though it was triggered, the divine phoenix bone let out a terrifying aura and a thin layer of flames burned on the bone palm. Cracks appeared in the surrounding void after being burned by those flames. Although the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's digestive fluids were strong, they were burned away by the flames of the divine phoenix bone. It worked. Suzimo's eyes lit up brightly as he thrust the blood bone palm fiercely into the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's flesh. The divine phoenix flames surged into the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's body. Above the lava, hovering in midair, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was dreaming about its beautiful future when suddenly, a sharp pain surged from its stomach and it almost fainted. Roar! The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile let out a tragic howl. Initially, The little fox was fearful, hidden beneath the iron basket. When it heard the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile yell, it could not help but jump. Hurriedly, it peered through the gap on the top of the iron basket and looked outside. A blooded hole could be seen from the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's abdomen. Furthermore, the hole was expanding at a terrifying speed and would engulf his entire body before long. There was no blood dripping from the hole, all of it was burned into blood chi and dissipated in the air. The massive body of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile twisted in midair as it howled endlessly. However, it could not stop the spread of the fire. Those were the flames of the divine phoenix and were absolutely destructive, spreading from within his body. The little fox was horrified. Instinctively, it reached out and grabbed the sides of the iron basket with its tiny paws. Once again, it lifted the basket and watched everything unfold with confusion. Where did the fire come from? Why did it suddenly burn? All of a sudden, a bronze square tripod flew through the layers of flames. From it, a nude man jumped out. His hair was charred and he was pitch black in a wretched state, as though he was just struck by a thunderbolt. Clang! Shocked and dumbfounded, the little fox's tiny paws released their grip and the iron basket fell to its side. "Isn't that the gentlemanly scholar from just now? He isn't dead. That's great." The little fox beamed brightly and was truly happy for Suzimo from the bottom of its heart. However, immediately after, the little fox exclaimed and covered its eyes in a sheepish manner, lamenting to itself, "But this scholar, really, why does he love to expose himself so much?" In midair, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile had not given up on trying to survive yet. He had cultivated an essence spirit as well. As long as his essence spirit survived, he would not be dead in an absolute sense. However, he was only a low-level fiend demon and his essence spirit was extremely fragile, similar to an infant without protecting. Given the treacherous environment with lava all around, it could die at any moment. However, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile could not care that much anymore. The power of the flames was too terrifying and was almost reaching his head. At that time, he would be dead for sure without the chance to even send his essence spirit away. Swoosh! A streak of light shot out from the head of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. Focusing his gaze, Suzimo saw that it was a translucent little crocodile. An essence spirit. It was truly a fiend demon. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. He saw that the essence spirit of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was extremely fragile, unlike a combat essence spirit that did not fear daylight or ominous winds. In midair, the essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile shuddered against the heat wave of the lava and its aura turned even weaker. Low-level fiend demons were equivalent to nascent soul-perfected lord cultivators. Although their essence spirits could exit their bodies, they were easily damaged and could not linger outside for too long. The essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile sped with its might towards the exit of the cave. Suzimo opened his mouth widely and bellowed, "Kill!" A gigantic explosion similar to rumbling thunder broke out from beside the gigantic crocodile's essence spirit. Thunderclap kill! Shuddering violently, the essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile turned even dimmer and cracks started appearing on its surface. To begin with, his essence spirit was injured and had not recovered entirely. Now that it received such serious injuries consecutively, his essence spirit was on the brink of destruction. Chapter 526 Danger. Chapter 526 Danger. Right then, a dark light streaked through the air. A dark iron basket descended from the skies, trapping the essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile within. The little fox extended its tiny paws with a resolute gaze, seemingly gesturing something. Instantly, it exclaimed softly and spat out a stream of demonic chi that entered the iron basket. Swoosh! A ball of flames burned furiously. Instantly, the iron basket turned red from the heat and shone brightly with a spreading heat wave. 9 golden lights appeared and shone forth from the holes of the iron basket repeatedly. They emitted a terrifying might with an unusual movement. The light of the flames surged within the iron basket. Slamming left and right, the essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile shrieked tragically, but it could not escape. It took less than 3 breaths. The gigantic crocodile's essence spirit was incinerated into ashes, dying on the spot. Even up till its death, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile did not know what happened. It would not have imagined that in the end, it would be killed by a demon weapon released by a little fox that couldn't even take on human form yet. Narrowing his gaze slightly, Suzimo glanced at that scarlet basket in midair which shone with 9 golden beams of light and was secretly stunned. He had not imagined that the unassuming basket would possess such a terrifying might. The little fox beckoned with its paws and the 9 golden beams of light in midair returned to the iron basket before disappearing. The red light on the basket faded gradually and once again, it reverted to its black iron pot shape and flew back to the little fox. The little fox should be elated with the death of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile after getting its revenge. However, at that moment, it turned back to look at its mother's cold and lifeless body, slightly dazed and lost. Suzimo sighed gently. Originally, he had another doubt in his heart. Since the scarlet-armored fiend demon was a low-level fiend demon and had already cultivated an essence spirit, it could make use of dharmic powers and release demonic arts. However, right from the beginning, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile engaged him in melee combat. Even at its last moment, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile had not released a single bit of dharmic powers. It was until this moment after Suzimo escaped death that he came to a gradual realization. The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's essence spirit must have been severely injured by the demon fox and had yet to recover. That was the reason for everything. If the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was able to use its dharmic powers and release demonic arts, the outcome would have been worlds apart. Even with the bronze square tripod and the help of the divine phoenix bone, Suzimo might not have had the chance to injure the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile severely. To a certain extent, this was probably the work of fate and due karma. The little fox made a pseudo-bow towards Suzimo and cried softly, expressing its gratitude. She was extremely smart. Although the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile died in her hands, she would not have had the chance to take revenge if not for Suzimo. Withdrawing a set of green robes, Suzimo got dressed and descended on the ground once more. Although the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was dead, Suzimo was not in the best condition. After receiving 2 consecutive punches from the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile and a heavy whip from its tail, Suzimo's body was aching from top to toe and felt like it was breaking apart. Gritting his teeth, Suzimo took a deep breath of air and moved, staggering towards the exit of the cave without time to recuperate. Xian Yi and the other 2 were still in the palace above. If the cultivators that arrived truly had ill intentions, Xian Yi and the other 2 would be in mortal danger. Underground Palace. Stellar Lunar Sect was the first to arrive and more than 20 golden cores barged into the underground palace. Without concealing their tracks, they charged right in and saw the medicinal field in front before long. What a rich medicinal fragrance. There's so many spirit herbs that are over 10,000 years old in this massive medicinal field. Our trip wasn't wasted at all. Look. It's a 10,000-year vermilion fruit. The eyes of everyone from Stellar Lunar Sect lit up with a fervent gaze. It's about to ripen. We're just in time. A Stellar Lunar Sect cultivator remarked in a fawning manner, in my opinion, Senior Brother Qian is the only one in the Tianhuang North region qualified to get his hands on this 10,000-year vermilion fruit. Qian Sinu's hands were behind his back and he had a relaxed attitude. Although he was greatly pleased upon hearing that, he merely smiled without saying anything. Hee. Suddenly, a cold sneer sounded from the darkness. A series of spectre-like figures walked out. Although there were only 8 of them, each of them let out an aura of extreme danger that sent chills down one's spine. Shadowless Sect. Senior Brother Qian, their leader is the paragon of Shadowless Sect, Mo Xiaofeng. Qian Sinu replied calmly, as though he had already expected this. Smirking coldly, Mo Xiaofeng said with a scoff, Qian Sinu is the only one in the Tianhuang North region qualified to get his hands on the 10,000-year vermilion fruit. What brazen words! Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Oh! Qian Sinu smiled faintly and rebutted, what do you have in mind, Brother Mo? Nothing much. Mo Xiaofeng replied coldly, I'm merely giving a kind reminder that you're not qualified to be regarded as the best of the younger generation in the Tianhuang North region. Insolent. How dare you compare yourself with our senior brother Qian? Chen PH. The golden core phenomenon that senior brother Qian cultivated is ranked 92 on the phenomenon ranking. What are you? Many stellar lunar sect cultivators shouted. Snickering, Mo Xiaofeng replied, if it comes to a death bout, we don't know who will stand out just yet. The moment he said that, the atmosphere between Shadowless sect and Stellar Lunar sect turned extremely tense, as though a massive battle could break out at any moment. Ha ha ha. Right then, a long laughter sounded, brazen and unbridled. How can I miss out on such a happening situation? When he heard that, Mo Xiaofeng's expression changed. Qian Xinyu, who was initially calm, frowned with a wary look in his eyes as well. More than 10 golden cores with flaming red robes entered the underground palace. Their leader was a tall and dignified man who strode over in huge steps. Emitting a scorching hot aura, he was none other than the paragon of Blaze Columbus Valley, Wang Yang. Qian Xinyu's golden core phenomenon, Solar Lunar Stellar Lumen, and Wang Yang's Raging City Blaze were both in the phenomenon rankings. Furthermore, Raging City Blaze was ranked 89, slightly higher than Solar Lunar Stellar Lumen. Very good, very good. Sweeping his fervent gaze across the crowd, Wang Yang nodded with a raring battle intent. Since everyone's here, I'll declare that the medicinal field and 10,000-year vermilion fruit are both mine. Anyone who disagrees will be suppressed by me. Humph. Mo Xiaofeng harumphed coldly. Aren't you afraid of dying from your greed? Brother Wang, there's an order to things. Qian Xinyu shook his head gently and remarked indifferently, Stellar Lunar sect was the first to discover the medicinal field and vermilion fruit. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yang burst into laughter and pointed to 3 people beside the medicinal field. Qian Xinyu, stop pretending to be righteous. If you want to talk about order, the 3 of them are the first to discover this place. What has it got to do with you? Xian Yi and the other 2 had been at the side of the medicinal field the entire time. However, after the golden cores of Stellar Lunar sect, Shadowless sect and Blaze Columbus Valley entered the place, they were arguing about how they should split the medicinal field and were completely oblivious to the 3 of them. It was at this moment that everyone's attention gradually focused onto Xian Yi and the other 2. Chapter 527 Light of a Firefly. Chapter 527 Light of a Firefly. Xian Yi and the other 2 exchanged glances and lamented internally. The auras of the golden cores from those 3 sects were extremely strong. A single person from the other parties could easily go against the 3 of them. The paragons leading them looked even more formidable. Xian Yi and the other 2 had explored outside before and naturally knew that they were in a dangerous situation. As such, they did not dare to act recklessly. When everyone's gazes turned towards them, Li Ziyue coughed gently and greeted the 3 sects with cupped fists, smiling gently with full politeness. Greetings, fellow Taoists, I'm a cultivator of ethereal peak, Li Ziyue. The golden cores of the 3 sects were expressionless after Li Ziyue's greeting. A look of mockery even flashed through the eyes of some of the cultivators, as though they were looking at an idiot, a dead man walking. Ignored. He was completely ignored. Li Ziyue's smile froze on his face. Frowning slightly, Xian Yi clenched his teeth and said with cupped fists, earlier on, this fellow Daoist mentioned about the order of things. Indeed, we were the ones who first discovered this medicinal field. However, the 3 of us only need the rain frost flower, purple cloud lingji, blood ginseng and Qian essence grass to save a senior in our sect. We won't take anything else. We'll be immensely grateful if you guys can grant us our wish. Are you even in a position to speak? Qian Xinyu interrupted Xian Yi coldly. Who are you guys? What rights do you have to talk to me about the order of things? Shadowless sect's Mo Xiaofeng had a frosty expression and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Word by word, he remarked, none of you shall lay your hands on a single strand of spirit herb here. Wang Yang's eyes were filled with mockery as he threw his head back in laughter. Interesting. You still want the spirit herbs even at death's door. Ha ha ha. The ignorant are truly fearless. To be fair, it would already be fortuitous for the 3 of them to escape such a situation unscathed. If not for that fact that he wanted to save the disheveled old man, Xian Yi would not have taken the risk to mention that he wanted the 4 spirit herbs. What should he do? Xian Yi was extremely flustered. Right now, even if the 3 of them wanted to leave empty-handed, the opposing cultivators did not seem like they would agree to it. Furthermore, although they did not know where Suzimo was, he was most likely still in the underground palace. What would happen to him if the 3 of them left? Given his character, he would definitely not bow down against such a situation. However, Xian Yi and the other 2 could tell that none of the dozens of cultivators present were easy to deal with. The 3 Paragon leaders were even more terrifying. Zimo had just formed his core and nobody knew what golden core phenomenon he had cultivated. How could he be a match for those golden cores? Guys, no matter who this medicinal field will belong to, there's no need for the 3 of our sects to get into a fight. Let's settle the other stuff first, Chen Xinyu remarked indifferently. Agreed. Shadowless sect's Mo Xiaofeng looked at Xian Yi and the other 2 and sneered. Wang Yang nodded in agreement as well. No problem. Xian Yi and the other 2 felt their hearts sink. Chen Xinyu's expression indifferent and a dark gold gleam shone from his eyes as he asked icily, the 3 of you, hand over the carnate spirit weapon. There are things that you guys shouldn't take. Carnate spirit weapon? Xian Yi and the other 2 froze momentarily with stunned expressions. Hee hee. Mo Xiaofeng sneered, go on, continue feigning ignorance. Even at the brink of death, you guys refuse to be honest. When they heard that, Xian Yi's heart skipped a beat and a look of realization flashed through his eyes. The carnate spirit weapon that Chen Xinyu referred to must have been Su Zimo's coiling dragon seal. Previously, Su Zimo made use of the coiling dragon seal to test the toughness of the bronze square tripod. In the darkness of the night, the radiance illuminated was truly too blinding. When Wang Yang noticed the change in Xian Yi's expression, he could not help but grin. Why? You finally remembered? Gulping, Li Ziyue forced a smile. Fellow Taoists, I'm sure there must be some misunderstanding. The 3 of us are truly not in possession of any carnate spirit weapons. Mo Xiaofeng said coldly with a furious killing intent, that's not decided with your words alone. Hand over your storage bags or die. Xian Yi and the other 2 looked terrible. The more they endured, the more they were taken advantage of. If they handed over their storage bags, it would be equivalent to handing over half of their lives. Notwithstanding the fact that they did not have any carnate spirit weapons, even if they did, they wouldn't let it up just like that. Gripping his fist to repress the rage in his heart, Xian Yi said with a dark voice, fellow Daoist, we're all golden cores. Don't go overboard with your bullying. Haha. Oh my, he's angry. Hee hee, interesting, interesting. Xian Yi's reaction attracted a series of laughter. The cultivators of the 3 sects laughed mockingly with relaxed expressions. Noticing that the situation did not seem right, Li Ziyue remarked hurriedly, fellow Taoists, the 3 of us can swear that we're not in possession of any carnate spirit weapons. If we are, we'll be punished by the heavens. 3 dead men aren't qualified to make terms with us. Mo Xiaofeng sneered again and remarked with a sinisterly cold expression, since you refuse to hand them over, I'll take them personally. Swash. Xian Yi and the other 2 felt their visions blur and Mo Xiaofeng had already vanished from where he was. So fast. Their hearts skipped a beat. They were not in the best condition and it was less than 4 hours since they were previously injured. The wound on Liu Hui's abdomen had not even healed completely. Xian Yi stood in front of Liu Hui to defend her and waved his sleeves, summoning 12 supreme-grade flying swords at the same time. He conjured 2 hexagonal sword formations without holding back at all. Gritting his teeth, Li Ziyue circulated his golden core wildly and hollered, ethereal sword rain. The both of them used their full strength the moment they attacked. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. A downpour rained down from the skies, sharp as swords and blades, emanating an endless edge. When he saw that, Chen Xinyu curled his lips and remarked casually, interesting. To think that you've managed to cultivate a golden core phenomenon as well. It's just that, your phenomenon is way too weak. Mo Xiaofeng reappeared by Xian Yi and the other 2's side with a sinister gaze. If Li Ziyue had released his golden core phenomenon slightly slower, Mo Xiaofeng would have definitely ambushed them silently. The three of them might have already been corpses by now. At this moment, they were protected by the ethereal sword rain. If Mo Xiaofeng wanted to attack them, he would have to go through the golden core phenomenon. How dare you embarrass yourself with such an inferior golden core phenomenon? Circulating his golden core, Mo Xiaofeng's eyes illuminated two dark streaks of light as he hollered, "Golden core phenomenon, shadowless twin dart." Two dark gold darts appeared behind Mo Xiaofeng, resembling two short spears with a sharp aura. How dare the light of a firefly try to compete against the shine of the moon for glory? Break it. Mo Xiaofeng pointed forward. Phew. Phew. The long darts disappeared and two dark streaks of light appeared in midair, shooting forth with a terrifying shockwave that smashed against the screen of rain. Bang! Bang! There were two resounding bangs. Li Ziyue grunted dully. A series of cracks began to appear on the wavering rain screen. Countless raindrops seemed to have stopped in midair. The two streaks of dark light were about to penetrate the rain screen and break through the air. Clang! Clang! Two hexagonal sword formations blocked the dark streaks of lights. Clang! Clang! There were two crisp sounds. Suddenly, the dark lights began swiveling and released a tremendous cyclical force that struck the hexagonal sword formations. Pang! 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 The 12 supreme-grade flying swords were sent flying. The sword formation fell apart in a split second. Chapter 528, You're the One with a Death Wish. Chapter 528, You're the One with a Death Wish. Li Ziyue's golden core phenomenon and Xian Yi's hexagonal sword formations crumbled at almost the same time. The two of them shuddered and blood drained from their faces. Phew! Phew! The two dark streaks of light appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Hurriedly, Liu Hui withdrew two protection talismans from her storage bag and crushed them, sending forth a bedazzling light barrier that blocked the two of them. Snap! The light barrier shattered the moment the dark lights made contact with them. The three of them were sent flying by that tremendous force, landing dozens of meters away. The wound on Liu Hui's abdomen split open once more, staining her robes red. Xian Yi and Li Ziyue spat out a mouthful of blood each. Their auras were weak and the spirit energy in their bodies was in chaos as they felt throbbing pains coming from their meridians. Although the shadowless twin darts was not listed on the phenomenon ranking, it possessed a terrifying killing power nevertheless. Mo Xiaofeng leaped into the air and two streaks of dark lights circled him continuously. His power of phenomenon churned in a domineering manner. Looking at the three of them fallen on the ground, Mo Xiaofeng had a cold expression. Why? You guys are still unwilling to take out the carnate spirit weapon even at the brink of death? Li Ziyue grit his teeth. We don't have any carnate spirit weapon at all. You're still being stubborn? Mo Xiaofeng scoffed. Since that's the case, you won't have any more chances. The carnate spirit weapon is with me. Come over here if you want to get it. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the depths of the palace with a chilling killing intent. Instinctively, everyone turned towards the voice. A figure gradually came into view. He was scholarly and had black hair, wearing green robes with elegant features. For some unknown reason, that seemingly frail scholar was emitting a shuddering aura of danger. As the scholar strode over, everyone felt as though a bloodthirsty ferocious beast was approaching as the air was filled with the stench of blood. The cultivators present frowned. Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu, the two paragons, were slightly surprised and their gazes shimmered. They hadn't expected that there would be another cultivator in the depths of this underground palace. Furthermore, nobody realized when he appeared, not even them. Before long, the green-robed cultivator had already arrived before them. Here I was wondering how powerful this person is. So, he's only an early-stage golden core. Another person who wants to die. The golden cores present heaved a sigh of relief after checking out the intruder's cultivation realm using their spirit-peering arts. No matter how strong he was, an early-stage golden core wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Zimo, you're back. When he saw Su Zimo appear, Xian Yi sighed internally, knowing that today's matters would definitely not end peacefully. Arriving beside the three of them, Su Zimo squatted down and checked their conditions. His expression only relaxed after seeing that they were in no danger of death. With a grim expression, Liu Hui whispered, "Zimo, these guys are not easy to deal with. How about throwing out the carnate spirit weapon for them to fight among themselves first while we seize the chaos to escape? It's fine if we are bullied, what's important is that we get out alive." "That's right," Li Ziyue added softly, "there's too many of them and there are 3 cultivators with terrifying strength. You won't be a match for them alone, don't be reckless." "Highs." Xian Yi sighed softly. "If things don't look good, get out alone, Zimo. Don't be impulsive." "It's all right, I'll settle this." Su Zimo had a calm expression and gestured for the 3 of them to feel assured. Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu glared at Su Zimo for a little while before relaxing. Although that scholar gave off an extremely dangerous aura, he was in a bad condition and his expression was somewhat pale. In fact, there was a hint of blood in his breath. That person was severely injured and seemed to have just gone through an intense battle. What a false alarm. "He's of no threat." Chen Xinyu grinned and those words flashed through his mind. "Lad, hand over the carnate spirit weapon and I can let you die with a whole corpse." Mo Xiaofeng glared down from above in a domineering manner. Rising slowly, Su Zimo did not look at Mo Xiaofeng, merely scanning his surroundings. His gaze swept by Chen Xinyu and Wang Yang as he asked instead, "Who else wants to get their hands on my carnate spirit weapon?" Everyone was stunned. Was that scholar a fool? Wasn't he aware of the situation he was in? Ignored by Su Zimo, Mo Xiaofeng was thoroughly embarrassed as he snarled with killing intent spewing from his eyes, "Lad, I'm talking to you." Su Zimo did not look over at Mo Xiaofeng still, as though he did not know that the latter existed. "Isn't anyone going to reply?" Raising his brow, Su Zimo smiled and said with deep intent, "I'll be direct then. If you guys leave now, you'll get a chance to live. Don't regret if the fight truly breaks out." "Ah! Ha ha." The crowd first went silent. Right after, it burst with laughter. Some people clutched their stomachs while others bent over, as though they had heard the greatest joke in the world. Everyone looked at Su Zimo like they were looking at an idiot. Su Zimo smiled as well. In midair, Mo Xiaofeng's expression was menacing as he gripped his fists tightly. The 2 dark gold long darts around him were shuttling so quickly that they were even buzzing. Su Zimo's continued obliviousness towards him was driving him nut. "You are courting death." The veins on Mo Xiaofeng's neck popped out and blood surged through him as he snarled word by word. Finally, raising his head slightly, Su Zimo looked at Mo Xiaofeng and replied indifferently, "You're the one with a death wish. Kill." No longer able to tolerate, Mo Xiaofeng hollered and the power of his phenomenon burst forth immediately. 2 long darts turned into streaks of light that arrived instantly. Expressionless, Su Zimo was not flustered and swiped his storage bag gently. A gigantic golden seal appeared in his palms with a domineering aura, as though it could suppress all things. When they saw that gigantic golden seal, Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu's gazes turned incomparably fervent. Any single bit of hesitance they had disappeared as well. Everything else aside, that carnate spirit weapon made everything worthwhile. Su Zimo's power of his golden core was circulating wildly inside him. The coiling dragon seal in his palm expanded swiftly with an immense brightness akin to a blazing sun. Flying away from him, it blocked in front of Su Zimo. Clang! Clang! The 2 streaks of dark light could not dodge in time and struck the coiling dragon seal. However, they were repelled instantly. The coiling dragon seal did not budge at all. Mo Xiaofeng shuddered and a look of fear flashed through his eyes. That collision nearly shattered his golden core phenomenon. "You want to see a carnate spirit weapon?" Su Zimo's gaze lit up as he smiled sinisterly. "I'll let you see all you want." Boom! Descending from the skies, the coiling dragon seal turned into a gigantic golden mountain with a tremendous force. Roar! The dragon roar reverberated through the world and coiled around the mountain peak, causing it to descend at a faster speed with a fiercer power and more intense aura. Under the shroud of the coiling dragon seal, many golden cores felt their hearts skip a beat and retreated right away. Snap! Slamming against Mo Xiaofeng's shadowless twin darts, the coiling dragon seal shattered the former's golden core phenomenon instantly. Mo Xiaofeng shuddered and spat out a huge mouthful of blood with a battered expression. A dark shadow engulfed Mo Xiaofeng and he could not escape at all. Utterly scared out of his wits, he crushed a protection talisman hurriedly while yelling, "Fellow Daoist, please show mer." Before he could finish, a sludge of blood appeared beneath the golden mountain peak. The paragon of Shadowless sect was killed by the coiling dragon seal without a corpse left. Chapter 529 Start of the Massacre. Chapter 529 Start of the Massacre. Silence ensued in the underground palace instantly. Cultivators of Stellar Lunar sect, Shadowless sect, and Blaze Columbus Valley looked at everything with widened eyes in disbelief. Prior to this, no one would have imagined that a single attack from a seemingly frail scholar would kill the paragon of Shadowless sect instantly. Against the suppression of the carnate spirit weapon, the Shadowless twin darts that destroyed the ethereal sword rain, hexagonal sword formations and protection talismans was akin to a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Decisive to kill. 3 words flashed across everyone's mind. It was too ruthless. In such circumstances, unless they were paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend supersects, any other golden core wouldn't dare to be reckless. With the death of Mo Xiaofeng, there was now no way of reconciliation for both parties. Although everyone was shocked, their gazes remained cold. To them, Xian Yi and the other 2 were severely injured and their combat strength could be ignored, whereas Su Zimo was alone. No matter how strong he was, he could not defend against the combined attacks of so many golden cores. Furthermore, Su Zimo was only at early stage golden core. The remaining 7 cultivators of Shadowless sect left slowly, delving into the darkness without a trace, as though they had disappeared. Qian Xinyu and Wang Yang glared at the gigantic golden seal with fervent gazes. The fact that an early-stage golden core could produce such terrifying killing power proves that the gigantic seal was extraordinary. If either of them got their hands on it, their combat strength would double at the very least. With the seal, they could definitely dominate everyone when they enter the intermediate ancient battlefield 20 years later and gain fame. All right. Wang Yang roared into laughter. Good moves, fellow Daoist. I'm rather impressed. Hand the carnate spirit weapon to me first and I can make the decision to let you join Blaze Columbus Valley so that you can follow me from now on. Su Zimo smiled with a flash of mockery in his eyes. Wang Yang was not frustrated despite seeing and shouted with a smile on his face, the wise recognize their circumstances. The situation right now is clear, you're in an irreconcilable situation with Shadowless sect. At the same time, the cultivators of Stellar Lunar sect want to kill you for your treasure. After a slight pause, Wang Yang declared haughtily, right now, I'm the only one that can save you. Wang Yang was making his intentions clear. As long as Su Zimo were to submit to him and hand over the carnate spirit weapon, he could ensure Su Zimo's survival and would even fight against Shadowless sect and Stellar Lunar sect. There were more than 20 golden cores on the side of Stellar Lunar sect and 7 left on Shadowless sect. Although Blaze Columbus Valley only had more than 10 golden cores, Wang Yang was confident that his golden core phenomenon was superior to Qian Xinyu's. You don't have to worry. Senior brother Wang is a man of his words and will definitely not renege. What are you thinking about? You're still hesitating although senior brother Wang recruited you personally and spared your life. A few Blaze Columbus Valley cultivators behind Wang Yang were displeased when they saw that Su Zimo was keeping his silence. In their opinion, if Su Zimo was tactful, he should hand over his carnate spirit weapon right away and kowtow. I think, you guys are misunderstanding something. A brief moment later, Su Zimo spoke slowly, right now, it's not about who can save me. It's about who can save you guys. When Wang Yang heard that, the smile on his face disappeared gradually and his expression darkened. Foo. Qian Xinyu laughed at the right time and shook his head gently, rubbing his palms together. Interesting. Brother Wang, he doesn't need you to save him nor does he think highly of Blaze Columbus Valley. Everyone from Blaze Columbus Valley was enraged to begin with. Qian Xinyu's words were akin to adding oil to fire. Damn it. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Senior brother Wang, you don't have to do it personally. I'll retrieve his head for you. Blaze Columbus Valley was riled up. Wang Yang did not disagree, merely nodding his head. The golden core that requested to attack turned towards Su Zimo, muttering, "I'll let you die in peace today. I am Tian Heng from Blaze Columbus Valley. That way, you'll at least know the name of the person who sent you to hell. It's him. He's also a genius of Blaze Columbus Valley and is definitely ranked top 5 among their golden cores in terms of strength." The crowd from Stellar Lunar sect broke into hushed discussions. Tian Heng did not circulate spirit energy nor did he summon any spirit weapons, merely walking over barehanded. Su Zimo's expression did not change at all as he glanced at Tian Heng and understood. All of a sudden, when he was around 10 feet away from Su Zimo, Tian Heng increased his speed. There was a boom. Extending his feet, Tian Heng stomped on the ground and his blood chi burst forth. Like a sharp arrow, he arrived before Su Zimo instantly and his killing intent was so sharp that it almost materialized. Su Zimo did not move at all, as though he could not react in time. Although Tian Heng was at late-stage golden core, he did not underestimate his opponent. He knew that Su Zimo was in possession of a carnate spirit weapon and was tough to deal with, enough to pose a threat to him. That was the reason why he feigned weakness and only struck when he was close enough. "Prepare to die." With a menacing expression, Tian Heng slung his fists onto Su Zimo's head. Sneering coldly, Su Zimo did not dodge nor avoid and instead, punched in return against the incoming attack. Snap! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The bones in Tian Heng's palms were shattered and his wrist snapped, revealing white bones. Instantly, cold sweat rolled down. Tian Heng's face was already distorted. As for Su Zimo, he did not stop at all and his punch continued with its momentum after crushing Tian Heng's hand. His palm opened up like it wanted to engulf the entire world. A patch of darkness shrouded over Tian Heng's head. Su Zimo's palm landed on the top of Tian Heng's head and pushed down forcefully. Crack, crack, crack. Tian Heng's massive head was pushed right into his chest and the tendons and bones on his neck snapped. He died on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. Tian Heng would have never imagined that his foundation and pretense was exposed with a single glance from Su Zimo. More than that, he would not have expected that Su Zimo was almost invincible within 10 feet. To Su Zimo, his actions, calculations, and attacks were akin to a joke. In less than a single round of exchange, Blaze Columbus Valley's Tian Heng's corpse was laid on the ground. Almost at the same time, a cold glint appeared behind Su Zimo at his blind spot. Immediately after, a vague shadow appeared on the ground. The cultivators of Shadowless sect made their move. It was an extremely precise timing, but the only miscalculation was that Tian Heng died too quickly. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. With the warning from his spirit perception, Su Zimo slapped in reverse without even turning back. His arm swept through the void, thick as the trunk of a primordial divine elephant. A crisp sound exploded in the air and met the incoming long sword. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang and the sword quivered violently. Right in front of countless gazes, the superior-grade sword that carried the power of a golden core was shattered into shards by Su Zimo's seemingly limp arm, scattering on the ground. Poof! Pointing forward, Su Zimo tapped the glabella of the Shadowless sect cultivator. A blooded hole formed. Grisly fresh blood began to flow. Su Zimo's body was way too strong. He could snap a spirit weapon with his palm and that finger penetrated the bones of that cultivator with ease. In the blink of an eye, 2 more golden cores were dead. As for the massacre, it had only just begun. Chapter 530 Battle Against the Cultivators. Chapter 530 Battle Against the Cultivators. How dare you! Wang Yang hollered, wanting to stop things but it was too late. Tian Heng died too quickly without even lasting a single round. When he witnessed Tian Heng's death, Wang Yang was enraged, his eyes seemed like they were burning with fire. Kill him. Chen Xinyu waved his hand indifferently. Many golden cores behind the 2 paragons swarmed forward with furious killing intents, attacking in succession. The cultivators that accompanied Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu to the Great Chen ruins were not weaklings in their sects and there were extremely few early-stage golden cores. Most of them were at mid or late stage. Instantly, sword chi streaked through the air and resplendent light filled the skies. Many flying swords and spirit weapons howled like the wind. Countless spirit arts released terrifying energy shockwaves, causing the spirit chi in the void to fluctuate in chaos. The attacks were everywhere. Suzumo was situated in the center of the battlefield all alone, similar to a sampan in a raging ocean that could sink at any moment. However, his expression was still calm and composed, as though he could not sense that he was in danger. His black hair swayed gently and two beams of divine lights shone from his eyes as he took a deep breath before opening his mouth. Kill. His voice was like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens. After cultivating his inner core, Suzumo's skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow and organs underwent yet another transformation. The power of his thunderclap kill rose as well. That single howl was akin to an ancient demon's howl. Arriving suddenly, the underground palace trembled as dust fell endlessly. The shadowless sect cultivators that were initially hiding in the darkness with the help of blind spots and the environment shuddered, revealing themselves. The cultivator closest to Suzumo had a pained expression and his features were contorted. Bending over, he clutched both ears and blood seeped through the gaps in his fingers. Suzumo's howl ruptured that person's eardrums right away. All the flying swords, spirit weapons, and even spirit arts that were directed towards Suzumo paused for a split second. That single second might not have amounted to much for anyone else. However, in this battlefield, it was the difference between life and death for some cultivators. In a flash, Suzumo lunged towards the shadowless sect cultivator closest to him. Seizing the opportunity while that person was stunned by thunderclap kill and had yet to react, he leaped up and tapped the front of his feet on that person's head gently. Snap! That person's head split into pieces and he died on the spot. Using that person's head as a support, Suzumo changed directions rapidly and arrived before another shadowless sect cultivator. That cultivator was shocked and could not react in time at all. He had just raised his arms when Suzumo's punch had already landed on his chest. Poof! That person's chest caved in and protruded out from his back. His body was penetrated by a single punch from Suzumo and he fell forward stiffly. Blood gushed out from the gaping hole and his gaze dimmed. It was clear that he could not survive. Rise! At the same time, Suzumo's eyes lit up and he waved his sleeves. Not far away, the coiling dragon seal rose from the ground and illuminated with a blinding golden light. With a resounding bang, it looked like a gigantic mountain with a gigantic dragon coiling around it hovering in midair. Swoosh! Suzumo controlled the coiling dragon seal and directed it to smash towards some stellar lunar sect cultivators on the opposite end. Poof! 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 The 3 golden cores would not withstand the smash of the coiling dragon seal at all and were crushed. The superior-grade spirit weapons in their hands broke into shards as well. Many cultivators were shocked. Although that frail scholar was only at early-stage golden core, his physique was terrifyingly strong as was his melee combat skills. Decisive with clean actions, every single move from him was lethal without any hesitance. It would almost be impossible for one to escape death the moment he closed in. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 golden cores died in the hands of Suzumo. Humph! Chen Sinu's expression turned terrible when he saw the consecutive deaths of his sect mates. In his opinion, it was extremely easy to deal with an early-stage golden core like Suzumo, even if the latter had a carnate spirit weapon in his possession. After all, even if Suzumo had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to defend against more than 10 golden cores attacking him at the same time. However, as time passed by, be it Chen Sinu or Wang Yang, both of them felt things getting troublesome. This Suzumo was much more frightening than they had imagined. He was extremely strong in melee combat and had unusual movement techniques. Shuttling through the crowd with a pair of spirit wings, no one could injure him at all. A while later, it was the 3 sects that was suffering immense losses with golden cores falling one after another instead. If this continued, all their fellow sect mates would be massacred by Suzumo before the 2 of them had their chance to attack. In reality, the reason why both Chen Sinu and Wang Yang did not strike immediately was because they were wary of one another. Both of them expected an immense battle to break out between Stellar Lunar Sect and Blaze Columbus Valley after Susimo's death. They were not only fighting for the medicinal field here, but the carnate spirit weapon as well. Both of them were guarding against the other. But now, the way the situation unfolded had gone beyond their expectations. Narrowing his gaze, Chen Xinyu suddenly said, "Brother Wang, there's no need for us to continue wearing each other down as such." "Oh, what do you mean?" Wang Yang asked instead. "Let's join hands and kill this person first. As for the carnate spirit weapon and medicinal field, we'll make a decision for it later." Chen Xinyu replied with a deep voice. "All right." The moment he replied, the two of them attacked together with a tacit understanding. Meteor fall. Chen Xinyu shifted his fingers and pointed forward, shouting softly while channeling his spirit perception. Spirit chi gathered towards Chen Xinyu's fingertip continuously. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a gigantic meteor hovered before Chen Xinyu and crashed down towards Susimo's head. The meteor descended at a terrifying speed and was even blazing with flames on its surface, letting out a frightening might that threatened to pierce the vast land. Susimo was expressionless and slapped his storage bag. Instantly, 18 supreme-grade flying swords appeared before him. With his control, 18 flying swords streaked horizontally, leaving streams of sword chi and a piercing frost. Clang! Clang! The 18 flying swords buzzed and quivered, swiftly forming a sword formation that resembled a blazing sun. It spun continuously and surged towards the incoming meteor. Boom! The meteor collided against the sword formation with a loud bang. The collision of the two opposing powers caused a massive energy light wave to spread out in all directions. The aftershock of that power was extremely terrifying, surging towards the medicinal field in the distance. The 10,000-year vermilion fruit that was in the center swayed, letting out an invisible energy that caused the aftershock to dissipate. Clang! 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 The sword formation engulfed the meteor and slashed it repeatedly, leaving countless scars behind. After a brief pause, the meteor exploded. No longer able to sustain, the candlelight sword formation fell apart as well. Chen Xinyu's expression was grim when he saw that. That spirit art could be considered as Stellar Lunar Sect's killing move. Its true power did not lie in the moment the meteor landed, but the terrifying power that was released during its final explosion. Any cultivator that did not notice that would definitely be severely injured by the explosion of the meteor. Unfortunately, that spirit art was blocked by the candlelight sword formation and the meteor fragments could not get close at all, let alone injure Susimo. Chapter 531, Two Great Phenomenons. Chapter 531, Two Great Phenomenons. Wang Yang's fingertips danced the moment Chen Xinyu attacked, conjuring a spirit art that heated up the surroundings instantly. Flame spear! He shouted, and a long spear condensed in the void before him, blazing with raring flames. The spear was red from the heat and burned with a crystalline luster. Go! Surging forward, the flaming spear emitted a heat wave that caused the air to sizzle. Susimo channeled his bloodline while controlling his candlelight sword formation to defend against Chen Xinyu's meteor fall. The power of thunder that was hidden in Susimo's bloodline sizzled in his palms, forming an electric spear that was blinding. Boom! The two different powers of thunder and fire collided and let out a resounding bang. Although Susimo was 2 cultivation realms below Wang Yang, he achieved the legendary Extreme Foundation Establishment realm. Even at early-stage Golden Core, he was not inferior to late-stage Golden Cores in terms of strength. Furthermore, that Thunder Spear was created from the Void Thunder Manual. The Void Thunder Manual was a mental secret skill that was compiled from the Thunder Emperor's lifelong learning. Although there was only a single remnant page, the power it contained was unimaginable. The flaming and thunder spear clashed. Lightning flashed everywhere and sparks flew. In that collision, Wang Yang did not gain any advantages and was instead being pushed back. While defending against the attacks of the two paragons, Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu, Susimo channeled his coiling dragon seal and smashed it towards the crowd. Tragic shrieks sounded as a blood mist spread through the palace. When he was at Extreme Foundation Establishment Realm, Suzimo could already kill early and mid-stage golden cores with his coiling dragon seal. Now that he had formed his core and was able to release the full power of the coiling dragon seal, coupled with the terrifying power of the golden core realm itself, no ordinary golden core could withstand the might of the coiling dragon seal. Even if there were any golden cores that could conjure golden core phenomenons, they could only survive by a bare margin. Against the repeated collision and suppression of the coiling dragon seal, the golden core phenomenons of the golden cores could not hold out at all and broke apart. Not only did Wang Yang and Qian Xinyu fail to control Suzimo after attacking, cultivators of the three sects were falling apart instead. Brother Wang, let's not hold back anymore at a moment like this. Qian Xinyu's gaze was grim as he said with grit teeth. Wang Yang's expression was solemn and his gaze flashed fiercely. In reality, although the both of them attacked, they had yet to use their full strength and were still wary against the other. 4 golden cores, golden core phenomenons were their greatest killing moves. However, they could not release their golden core phenomenons repeatedly within a short period of time. Between Wang Yang and Qian Xinyu, if either of them were to release their golden core phenomenons first, the power of their phenomenons would weaken after Suzimo was dead, and that was equivalent to them losing an ace up their sleeve. At that time, they would definitely be disadvantaged in the fight for the Carnate spirit weapon and medicinal field. Therefore, although the two of them joined the fray on the surface, they were still mindful of one another and hiding tricks up their sleeves. But now that the cultivators of their sects were dead and gravely injured, they would most likely be the only two remaining if this continued. Both of them could not hold out for much longer. All right. Wang Yang's eyes flashed with a look of resolve as he said deeply, let's join hands and release our golden core phenomenons to kill this lad first. Completely agreed. Qian Xinyu nodded. The two of them exchanged glances and circulated the power of their golden cores tacitly, releasing their golden core phenomenons. It was rare for two paragons of different sects to have such a chemistry at this moment. Although neither of them said it, both of them knew in their hearts that they were already feeling pressure against the frightening combat strength displayed by Suzimo. Golden core phenomenon, solar lunar stellar lumen. Qian Xinyu's eyes flashed like the dazzling stars of the night. A sky seemed to appear above him with a gigantic moon and stars dotted everywhere, spilling endless starlight. Although it looked mysterious, it possessed a shocking killing intent and let out a shuddering energy shockwave. Suzimo narrowed his eyes. The solar lunar stellar lumen was ranked 92 on the previous phenomenon ranking. It was created by harmonizing with the moon and countless stars while forming a core. By comprehending the sun, moon, and communicating with the stellar powers, the phenomenon was formed. While it was not created by an ancient mighty figure, its might was still extraordinary. Up till this point of his cultivation, this was the first time that Suzimo was witnessing a truly strong golden core phenomenon. Although it was ranked near the end of the phenomenon ranking, the might of the solar lunar stellar lumen was already enough for him to feel threatened. Golden core, raging city blaze. An ancient city appeared behind Wang Yang, majestic and grand, shocking as though it had arrived after reversing through time. Immediately after, raging flames blazed through the ancient city. The city walls were burned red and countless living beings struggled, wailed, and cried in the flames. The entire city had transformed into a burning hell. Raging City Blaze was ranked 89 on the previous phenomenon ranking and was created by an ancient mighty figure. In his youth, the man encountered a catastrophe where a city was caught in a major battle between cultivators and burned with true fire, causing millions of living beings to be turned into ashes. That ancient mighty figure managed to scrape through death, and as fate would have it, he was saved by a cultivator who was passing by the ruins. The flames engulfed him and left him in wrenching pain worse than death. Later on, that man cultivated with great determination, and when he finally formed his core, he recalled that scene from his younger days. Instantly, a raging flame surged through his heart and a phenomenon was formed alongside his successful core formation. Even Qian Xinyu's solar lunar stellar lumen dimmed in comparison when Raging City Blaze arrived. Raging City Blaze did not only contain the might of the flames, but also an eternal vengeance and hatred from this ancient mighty figure of the past. When he saw the two golden core phenomenons, Li Ziyue's expression turned pale. golden core phenomenons varied in strength. Within the territory of Great Dew, his ethereal sword rain was also considered as a famous golden core phenomenon. However, it was completely worthless against those two golden core phenomenons. Even if he could release it right now, it would most likely break apart instantly. The arrival of the two golden core phenomenons caused the entire underground palace to quake. Standing in midair, Chen Xinyu strode between the solar-lunar-stellar lumen towards Su Zimo with a cold expression, saying slowly, "It's time to end thing." Scoffing coldly, Su Zimo waved his sleeves and swept up the coiling dragon seal, smashing it fiercely towards Chen Xinyu. Bang! 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 The coiling dragon seal was struck by endless starlight in midair, unable to close in. Wang Yang strode forward. The ancient city behind him that raged with flames smashed towards the gigantic seal with a swiveling divine dragon in midair. Boom! The golden core phenomenon of the raging city blaze merely shuddered for a brief moment against the incoming coiling dragon seal, and its strength did not diminish at all. Su Zimo summoned the coiling dragon seal back expressionlessly. When he saw that, Wang Yang reared his head in laughter. "Lad, although a carnate spirit weapon is good, it's still an external object at the end of the day. Golden core phenomenons are the true core methods for golden cores. Prepare to die." The remaining more than 10 cultivators soared into the air one after another, summoning their spirit weapons and arts before charging in once more. Chapter 532, Domineering Suppression. Chapter 532, Domineering Suppression. The arrival of the two great golden core phenomenons, solar-lunar-stellar lumen and raging city blaze, coupled with the full strength attack of more than 10 golden cores, released a shuddering energy shockwave. Xian Yi's expression changed starkly as he shouted, "Zimo, run. Don't care about us." "That's right. Hurry and leave or it'll be too late." Li Ziyue yelled as well. In Xian Yi's opinion, Su Zimo had just formed his core. Even if he managed to cultivate a golden core phenomenon, he would definitely not be able to defend against the charge of two great phenomenons. However, Xian Yi believed that with Su Zimo's strength, there was a high chance that he could get out alive if he used his full strength to escape. Golden core phenomenon? Su Zimo smiled coldly with a proud demeanor. When he was fighting with the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile beneath the underground palace earlier on, he released the primordial soaring serpent phenomenon and was unable to release it again yet. However, he had another golden core phenomenon. Su Zimo was unmoved against the suppression of two great phenomenons, and his green robes swayed while his eyes lit up with a bedazzling glint. Boom! The skies that were initially filled with a gigantic moon and countless stars transformed in the blink of an eye, filled with dark clouds and the rumbling of thunder. Chen Xinyu's expression changed. Wang Yang frowned as well with a grim expression, murmuring in confusion, "A golden core phenomenon?" Before it was fully released, that golden core phenomenon had already affected Chen Xinyu's solar-lunar-stellar lumen. What sort of a golden core phenomenon would possess such terrifying might? Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the skies collapsed and destructive torrents surged down. Countless meteors descended and the ground quaked while living beings cried endlessly. It was the scene of an apocalypse. Instantly, the starlight dimmed. Chen Xinyu's solar-lunar-stellar lumen was showing signs of dispersing. With a pale expression, Chen Xinyu circulated his golden core's power furiously to sustain the golden core phenomenon and control the situation. The torrents that were spilling from the skies spewed towards the ancient city raging with flames. Sheeing. A piercing sound rang and smoke billowed. More than half of the raging flames were extinguished. Fire and water intertwined and the ancient city was about to be destroyed, drowned by the torrent. That's impossible. Wang Yang's eyes widened with a raging flare as he growled deeply. What sort of a golden core phenomenon is that? I've never even heard of it before. There's no way it can take down my raging city blaze. In reality, the reason why he could not identify the origin of Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon was because the true form and might of the phenomenon had yet to present itself. Although it was only the tip of the iceberg, the two golden core phenomenons listed on the phenomenon ranking, solar-lunar-stellar lumen and raging city blaze, were already unable to hold out. Countless spirit weapons turned into streaks of light that tore through the air with a chilling killing intent. Before they could get close to Suzumo, the speed of the spirit weapons slowed down and they showed themselves, trembling endlessly while buzzing. The spirit weapons were suppressed by the power of the mighty phenomenon and could not close in. Bang! 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 Meteors fell in swift succession. The spirit weapons were crushed into dust. Surging torrents drowned figures one after another. No one could escape the terrifying strength of the apocalypse no matter how they struggled. It was a shocking scene. Xian Yi and the other two were rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. They expected that Suzumo would probably cultivate a mighty golden core phenomenon, but none of them thought that it would be this terrifying. At that moment, nobody realized that the true terror was still awaiting. On the battlefield. Almost at the same time, Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu swiped their storage bags and grabbed a bunch of elixirs, stuffing it into their mouths. Both of them were experienced and could tell that Suzumo was in a bad condition with weak blood qi and depleting spirit energy. As long as they persevered, they would definitely be able to kill Suzumo. Humph! Sneering coldly, Suzumo's golden core moved slowly. Between the world, an incomparably huge ancient demon came into view, emanating a terrifying aura. Its limbs were akin to heavenly piercing pillars and it stood amidst the raging currents, suppressing the raging tides. Its resolute shell held up the shattered heavens and defended the 8 desolates against the raining meteors. That is. Blood drained from the faces of Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu as fear filled their eyes. Could that be? It's a primordial divine turtle. Both of them gasped and exclaimed. That golden core phenomenon was not listed on the previous phenomenon ranking. However, that did not mean that the primordial divine turtle was not powerful enough. The phenomenon ranking had clear records that when it was established, the golden core phenomenons of the divine turtle and soaring serpent were listed among the top 10 of the ranking. But they were lost by now. To think that an ancient and mighty golden core phenomenon as such would be reborn once more. Furthermore, it was already demonstrating an incomparable might the moment it was released. The green-robed scholar stood on the divine turtle's shell with his hands behind his back. Despite the raging currents beneath and raining meteors above, his expression remained calm as ever, as though he was a divine being that was looking down on all life. His black hair danced and his robes fluttered. A bright glint shone from his pupils and his aura was so formidable that it could suppress everything in the world. How could someone as such be defeated? Merely by standing quietly, Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu already felt a sense of defeat against that man. There was no way they could surpass his unstoppable aura. The divine turtle roared into the heavens and its eyes shone with a domineering divine light. Crack, crack, crack. Both Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu's golden core phenomenons dispersed at almost the same time. Their figures fell and they spat out a mouthful of blood each. There were some golden cores from the 3 sects that managed to avoid the raging currents and raining meteors. However, at that moment, it seemed as though they were restrained by some mysterious power. With a bang, all of them turned into blood mists, dying with no corpse remaining. Up till this point of the battle, the remaining more than 10 golden cores of the 3 sects fell as well, leaving only Wang Yang and Chen Xinyu. Turning around, Wang Yang crushed a protection talisman that turned into a layer of light barrier. Snap! Snap! Against the impact of the divine turtle phenomenon, the light barrier broke apart and sounds of cracking echoed. Using that momentary respite, Wang Yang conjured a hand seal and bit his tongue gently, spraying a stream of essence blood into the air. Instantly, Wang Yang's aura turned extremely weak after that mouthful of essence blood was spat out. Swoosh! His essence blood blazed with flames. With a leap, Wang Yang jumped into the flames and he turned into a scarlet streak of light that shot towards the exit of the underground palace at an astonishing speed. That was Blaze Columbus Valley's flame escape technique. It consumed a mouthful of the cultivator's essence blood and hurt their cores. This was something that they would never use unless they had no other choice. And right now, Wang Yang could not care about anything anymore. On the other end, Chen Xinyu withdrew a protection talisman and crushed it as well. Immediately after, he withdrew an elixir that was the size of a longan from his storage bag and clenched his teeth, biting into it. The elixir melted instantly and Chen Sinyu's initially dried up spirit energy surged once more. His injuries were temporarily suppressed and he was invigorated. That elixir was extremely precious and was considered as one of the rarest grade 3 elixirs, Berserk elixir. After consumption, cultivators are extremely invigorated and can temporarily ignore their injuries while receiving a massive boost in their combat strength. After consuming the Berserk elixir, the first thing on Chen Sinyu's mind was not to continue fighting against Suzimo, but to turn around and escape. He did not care for the carnate spirit weapon or medicinal field anymore. What's most important was for him to survive. Chapter 533, Absolute. Chapter 533, Absolute. In the Tianhuang North region, the strength of Stellar Lunar Sect and Blaze Columbus Valley was above Ethereal Peak. As the paragons of those two sects, Wang Yang and Chen Sinyu had survival methods and were difficult to kill in the first place. Furthermore, Suzimo was severely injured by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile in the underground cave and was now battling with heavy injuries. Chen Sinyu and Wang Yang escaped frantically and Suzimo's golden core phenomenon was already unable to hold out, fading gradually while his golden core throbbed in pain. That was a sign that his spirit energy was being pushed to its limit. Suzimo was filled with killing intent and a fierce gaze. He must not let the two of them escape. If they got out, the location of the medicinal field would definitely be leaked out. The 10,000-year vermilion fruit would only ripen in another month and that would add too many variables as to who would get their hands on it eventually. The killing intent in Suzimo's heart rose. Devouring a spirit regeneration elixir, he leaped into the air and pursued Chen Sinyu and Wang Yang who were scurrying to escape. Although he was severely injured and his spirit energy was depleted, with the burst of his bloodline and the help of his ethereal wings, Suzimo's speed was still frighteningly fast. Chen Sinyu and Wang Yang did not leave Suzimo's line of sight the entire time. Using flame escape, Wang Yang was the first to rush out of the underground palace. He was followed by Chen Sinyu and Suzimo was right behind. By now, Suzimo was already close to catching up to Chen Sinyu. Sensing an evil gust of wind behind him, Chen Sinyu turned back and was scared out of his wits. The both of them were less than 10 feet apart. With a pale expression, Chen Sinyu commented with a dark gaze, "Fellow Daoist, I've already given up on trying to fight for the medicinal field. There's no need for you to hunt me down ruthlessly, right? How about letting me live?" "Hunt you down ruthlessly?" Suzimo sneered and asked instead, "Have you considered letting me live earlier on?" "You." Chen Sinyu was speechless. Snarling, Suzimo continued, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. Chen Sinyu was injured by the divine turtle phenomenon after all and his condition was getting worse as he sprinted. A trickle of blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. "Don't force me." Chen Sinyu's eyes flashed with lunacy as he shouted while panting, "It won't be good for you either if we really fall out. How dare you threaten me still?" Suzimo's killing intent was sharp as he remarked frostily, "I'll kill you first." In his life, Suzimo hated to be threatened. Chen Sinyu's words sealed the nail on his coffin. When he sensed Suzimo's killing intent, Chen Sinyu knew that he was doomed and yelled from the depths of his throat, "There's a 10,000-year-old medicinal field here and a 10,000-year vermilion fruit that's about to ripen." Chen Sinyu used almost all of his strength with that shout. All the cultivators in the vicinity of the Great Chen ruins moved with his voice. In reality, even without Chen Sinyu's shout, there were already some cultivators that noticed the activity in the depths of the palace and were rushing over. Some of their movements were already heard by Suzimo. There were also cultivators appearing in his line of sight. He could not let things drag on anymore. With a cold gaze, Suzimo slapped his storage bag and withdrew a moon-white gigantic bow. Pausing in his tracks, he loaded the bow and aimed at Chen Sinyu's back. Whoosh! 5 spirit patterns shone on the moon-white gigantic bow brightly. If anyone focused their attention, they would vaguely see that there was a 6th spirit pattern on the bow. However, that 6th spirit pattern had not formed and materialized completely. It was the quasi-carnate spirit weapon, Moon Concealment Bow. Channeling his bloodline, Suzimo drew the bow with a shocking divine power as though he was hugging a full moon. Phew! A sharp arrow tore through the air at an extremely fast speed, arriving instantly like a flash of lightning. Chen Xinyu felt the killing intent behind him as well. Without even turning back, he crushed a protection talisman right away and dodged to the side with all his might. A flash of blood appeared. Even so, Chen Xinyu was still a step slower and his right chest was penetrated by Suzimo's arrow, causing blood to spurt out. There was no way of withstanding the might of the moon concealment bow unless he was using a top-tier protection talisman. That arrow did not pierce Chen Xinyu's heart. However, his lung was pierced and the tremendous force ripped his lung apart, almost rupturing his other organs as well. Ee. Chen Xinyu let out a weird sound as though his throat was a windpipe that was leaking air. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to survive. Fresh blood was being coughed out of Chen Xinyu's mouth as his eyes turned bloodshot. Although he could struggle to stand in midair, he could not survive for much longer. Phew! 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 There was a loud sound of arrows piercing through the air. A series of dark lights shot into Chen Xinyu's body. The chase had already led the two of them away from the forbidden grounds of the palace and they were now outside. Not far away, a pair of archers patrolling the palace fired more than 10 malevolent arrows, almost riddling Chen Xinyu's entire body with holes. Bang! Chen Xinyu's body exploded and he turned into a blood mist that spread out in midair. The golden core paragon of Stellar Lunar Sect was buried in the Great Chen ruins. Wang Yang had already fled far away using flame escape and was almost out of Suzimo's line of sight. There were ways for Suzimo to kill Wang Yang as well. If he were to release blood escape, he would definitely be able to catch up to Wang Yang. Otherwise, if Suzimo were to circulate his inner core and burst forth with his blood chi, he could receive a boost in speed and hunt down Wang Yang with his demon form. In that case, Wang Yang would almost definitely be dead as well. But now, there were already more and more cultivators rushing over to where he was. Those two methods were both inappropriate. Furthermore, if Suzimo were to continue chasing, it would mean leaving Shen Yi and the other two alone in the underground palace. Given their severe injuries, they could meet with danger at any moment. More than 10 archers in the palace turned their sights towards Suzimo and started drawing their bows in unison, prepared to attack once more. After a moment of contemplation, Suzimo decided to retreat to the forbidden grounds of the palace and turned around, speeding in the direction of the underground palace. Before he arrived at the entrance, he already caught sight of multiple cultivators swarming towards the underground palace. The remark that Chen Xinyu shouted prior to his death had still attracted quite a bit of trouble. "All of you, get lost." Before he arrived, Suzimo sprinted over and shouted like a god of war, his black hair swaying while his gaze burned. Shen Yi and the other two were severely injured in the underground palace. Suzimo would definitely not allow the three of them to be met with danger. The treasures of the world belong to the strong. Who are you to stop us? Someone swept his gaze at Suzimo and sneered after seeing that the latter was only at early stage Golden Core realm. Without saying anything more, Suzimo raised the moon concealment bow in his hands and fired an arrow. Phew! Poof! A dark light streaked by and that person's throat was pierced, dying on the spot without making a sound. Perfect spirit weapon? No, there seems to be a sixth spirit pattern that's almost forming. That's a quasi-carnate spirit weapon. Insolent. When someone saw the moon concealment bow in Suzimo's hands, greed filled his eyes as he hollered, "Unknown demon, how dare you act so insolently here?" Suzimo scoffed coldly and loaded an arrow. Phew! Poof! A flash of blood appeared. Yet another golden core fell from midair. 2 consecutive arrows murdered 2 golden cores one after another. Suzimo's torrential ferocity was absolute and stunned almost all the cultivators present instantly. Chapter 534, Green-Robed Fiend Celestial. Chapter 534, Green-Robed Fiend Celestial. Who is this man? How is he so domineering? I don't know, but I think I saw him shoot the paragon of Stellar Lunar Sect, Chen Xinyu, to death earlier on. What? Many cultivators were shocked. Qian Xinyu had cultivated solar lunar stellar lumen, the 92nd rank of the previous phenomenon ranking, and was a famous paragon of the Tianhuang North region. To think that he would be slain in the great Qian ruins. His only at early stage golden core realm with a bow. Even if the bow is a quasi-carnate spirit weapon, can he defend against so many of us? Someone hollered with a cold expression. The meaning of that golden core was clear. He wanted to turn Su Zimo into everyone's target. Heh. Smirking, Su Zimo turned towards that person and said coldly, "Of course, I can't defend against everyone with a single bow. But, it's more than enough to kill you." Raising his moon concealment bow, Su Zimo drew the bowstring. Splash! His bloodline surged with a torrential might, akin to raging tsunamis. Many cultivators were shocked. Tsunami blood. Some cultivators exclaimed. Squeak, squeak. The bowstring quivered and was gradually drawn, letting out a squeaking sound. The moon concealment bow was not heavy by itself, but one would not be able to draw its bowstring unless they possessed shocking divine might. That was also the reason why the killing power of the moon concealment bow was so terrifying. A single arrow that was shot out did not only possess the might of the quasi-carnate moon concealment bow itself, but also the burst of the bloodline that was used to draw the bowstring. An arrow tore through the air with a tremendous might at lightning speed. The moon shone brightly up in the night skies. As though it was sucked in by some mysterious power, moonlight streamed into Su Zimo's embrace continuously, letting out a shuddering energy shockwave. Su Zimo looked like he was hugging a full moon. The cultivator that spoke and was now targeted by the moon concealment bow felt his hairs stand on end and gasped. In fact, he saw a hallucination from the depths of his heart. There was no way for him to avoid that arrow at all. Instantly, cold sweat poured down from his forehead. The sweat trickled into that man's eyes, but he did not dare to blink at all. He was afraid that he would never open his eyes again after blinking. His line of sight was turning blurry after being covered by sweat. Su Zimo's figure seemed like it had already vanished, leaving only a full moon in midair with a chilling killing intent. Buzz! Su Zimo released his fingertip and the bowstring quivered violently. A divine light burst forth and delved into the voids. The pupils of that golden core constricted fiercely. Just as he withdrew a defensive spirit weapon from his storage bag, his chest was pierced by an arrow with blood gushing out. That person fell from midair and died on the spot. Fast. It was too fast. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not dodge it at all. This man is so ruthless and evil in his ways. He's definitely someone of the fiend sects. Cultivators, let's work together and kill an Evildor like him, another cultivator yelled. There was no distinction of right or wrong and immortals or fiends in the great Qian ruins. The reason why the cultivators harbored killing intents towards Su Zimo was because of the medicinal field, the 10,000-year vermilion fruit and the moon concealment bow in his hand. You just want to kill me for my treasures. Why do you have to look for some self-righteous excuse? Su Zimo was clear about the situation and did not waste time exchanging nonsense with the cultivators. With a sneer, he drew his bowstring once more. Another divine light flashed. Bang! The golden core that yelled exploded in midair, turning into a mist of blood after being penetrated by that arrow. He did not have time to react and was dead without a corpse. Phew! The fifth arrow. A golden core that was charging over held an intricate mountain peak in his palm and he summoned it instantly. Go! The mountain peak expanded rapidly and shone with a bright light, blocking in front of that person with a majestic aura. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. That mountain peak was pierced by the moon concealment bow's arrow and exploded on the spot. The golden core that was hiding behind it was struck by countless debris and his tendons and bones were broken. Coughing huge mouthfuls of blood, his gaze dimmed and he fell from midair. That superior-grade defensive spirit weapon was destroyed by a single arrow from the moon concealment bow. Phew! The sixth arrow. It tore through the air and emitted an endless killing intent. Golden core phenomenon, sand pagoda. A golden core hollered with a sharp gaze. The power of phenomenon surged and an endless sandstorm raged before that person, transforming into a towering pagoda in the blink of an eye. Poof! The arrow was extremely sharp and pierced the sand pagoda with an unparalleled power. A bowl-sized hole appeared on the pagoda with cracks spreading out like a turtle's shell. Even so, the arrow used up all its power and fell weakly, buried in the sandstorm. The golden core was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Finally, he took a deep breath of relief and could not help but rear his head in laughter. As long as his towering sand pagoda could defend against Suzimo's moon concealment bow, it meant that Suzimo would not be able to break his golden core phenomena. After all, the sand pagoda possessed regeneration capabilities. As long as his spirit energy was not depleted, the endless sandstorm would surge in and repair the damage on the sand pagoda, closing that massive arrow hole on its body. Buzz. There was another sound of a gentle bowstring flick. That person's laugh came to an end. The seventh arrow was shot. It pierced through the bowl-sized arrow hole that had yet to close fully, turning into a dark streak of light and entering that person's mouth. The person's head was penetrated and he fell stiffly, causing the entire sand pagoda to collapse. 7 consecutive arrows. 6 golden cores died one after another as blood stained the skies. Among them, there was even a cultivator with a golden core phenomenon that was killed with 2 arrows. A group of cultivators that were initially charging over were stunned. Although they were swarming forward together and could kill that scholarly green-robed cultivator, who could defend against his arrows in that period of time, none of them wanted to be the next dead person against the moon concealment bow. Poof! The 8th arrow flew. A stream of blood spurted and the golden core right at the front was dead. The massacre was continuing. Suzimo did not hesitate at all and was decisive to kill. With a resolute gaze and a cold expression, he repeated the same actions continuously. Arching the bow, loading an arrow and aiming to kill. In reality, he was in an extremely bad condition. He did not have time to rest at all after being severely injured by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile in the underground cave and fought the cultivators of the 3 sects immediately after. After that intense battle, Suzimo's spirit energy was already dried up. Even if his spirit energy was full right now, he had just released the divine turtle and soaring serpent phenomenons earlier on and could not release another golden core phenomenon in a short interval. Therefore, Suzimo had to maintain an aggressive stance to suppress and kill everything so that he could shock everyone. The shimmer of the moon concealment bow shone repeatedly and the bow quivered, letting off a haunting sound. With every single sound, there was bound to be a dead golden core. Suzimo stood in midair with his black hair dancing and a sharp gaze. Emitting a cold killing intent, he was like a murderous fiend celestial that gave off a shuddering aura. In the blink of an eye, there were already more than 20 corpses on the ground. Gradually, cultivators at the back started dispersing. An atmosphere of fear infected the crowd rapidly. More and more cultivators at the back retreated. Nobody was willing to rush in front and be murdered by that merciless green-robed fiend celestial. Chapter 535, Departure. Chapter 535, Departure. Many cultivators retreated one after another at the back and had already created a distance with Suzimo in the blink of an eye. Everyone watched from afar, not daring to advance. Even so, none of them left. The entrance of the underground palace that was buried for 10,000 years was exposed and everyone wanted to explore it. Sneering internally, Suzimo put away the moon concealment bow and entered the underground palace once more in a flash. Sprinting the entire time, he arrived at the medicinal field before long. "Zimo, are you all right?" Xian Yi and the other 2 hurried over when they saw Suzimo return. All of them were severely injured and did not have the chance to do anything for the previous battle. Now that they had rested for a while and consumed a few elixirs, Xian Yi and the others recovered some stamina and their injuries were stable for the moment too. Seeing that they were in acceptable conditions, Suzimo said darkly, "We can't stay here for too long. Let's take away the spirit herbs in this medicinal field and leave the Great Qian ruins as soon as possible." Wang Yang had already escaped. There were many more cultivators surrounding outside and even more were gathering towards them. This underground palace could not remain hidden. There was another month to go before the 10,000-year vermilion fruit ripened. A storm was bound to break out in the north region within this month, and many more golden cores would be attracted towards the Great Qian ruins, making the situation even more complicated. Any single misstep could cause them to die here. Even Su Zimo could not dare to guarantee that he could escape unscathed, let alone Xian Yi and the other two. Xian Yi and the other two agreed. The four of them split up and took away the spirit herbs in the medicinal field, keeping as much as possible in their storage bags. During this period of time, Su Zimo consumed a stalk of blood ginseng and a scarlet flame fruit directly, leaving Xian Yi and the other two dumbfounded. There were many spirit herbs that could not be consumed directly. That was because their medicinal powers and energies were too intense and often required other spirit herbs to moderate their effects. It was the first time that the three of them were witnessing someone consume the blood ginseng and scarlet flame fruit directly. Zimo, is your body going to be fine consuming them as such? Xian Yi could not help but ask. Burping, Su Zimo released a heat wave with a blood stench from his mouth. It's fine, they taste rather all right. He sucked his lips with a relaxed expression. Ordinary golden cores would truly not be able to withstand the blood ginseng and scarlet flame fruit. However, Su Zimo cultivated both as an immortal and demon and had formed a core for both Daos. His blood qi and physique was terrifyingly strong and could absorb the energy of both spirit herbs completely. Right now, he was severely injured and his spirit energy was depleted while his blood qi was weak. The most direct method for him would be to consume the spirit herbs directly. After devouring the blood ginseng and scarlet flame fruit, Su Zimo's bloodline circulated violently and absorbed the energies of the two different spirit herbs continuously. Coupled with his body's strong regeneration capabilities, his condition was getting increasingly better. When he saw that it was working, Su Zimo continued consuming spirit herbs as he collected them. It did not matter how they tasted, how tough they were or whether they had shells, he munched on them and ate everything. Li Ziyue broke out in sweat looking at Su Zimo. He had a hallucination. Su Zimo did not seem like he was human. Instead, he was like an ancient demon that was extremely hungry, grabbing food greedily. Although he sensed the strange gazes of Xian Yi and the other two, Su Zimo did not stop. They were surrounded by strong foes outside. This was the only way for him to recover in the fastest possible time. Before long, Su Zimo and the other three collected most of the spirit herbs in the medicinal field other than those that were nearby the vermilion fruit. Prior to this, Su Zimo had instructed Xian Yi and the other two to not get close to the vermilion fruit no matter what. At that moment, Li Ziyue was a little reluctant to let those spirit herbs go to waste and could not help but inch forward, wanting to collect them. However, he was held back by Su Zimo. Don't go. Su Zimo had a grim expression and frowned slightly, saying with a soft voice, the vermilion fruit has already started absorbing. Instead of a great tonic, an unripened vermilion fruit possessed immense poison. Before it was ripe, the vermilion fruit would absorb all the life essence of nearby living beings, whether they were humans or demons. A surging heat wave started spreading. The first to be implicated were the many spirit herbs in the vicinity of the vermilion fruit. Under the shroud of that aura, the spirit herbs withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths, many spirit herbs turned into ashes. When he saw that, Li Ziyue gulped and felt a sense of trepidation. If Su Zimo had not held him back earlier on, he would be engulfed by that heat wave when he charged forward and would most likely be doomed. Let's leave this place first. After consuming many spirit herbs, Su Zimo was clearly in a much better condition, looking refreshed with rosy cheeks. After leaving the underground palace, Su Zimo ignored all the other cultivators and headed in the direction to exit the ruins along with Xian Yi and the other two. Xian Yi and the other two were still carrying injuries that had yet to heal and it was not convenient for them to battle. Su Zimo did not barge through the palace. Instead, he made use of his powerful vision, hearing, and spirit perception to avoid the patrol of the otherworldly soldiers, leading the other three to leave the palace stealthily. Outside the palace, countless malevolent ghosts swarmed over when they sensed the stench of blood from Xian Yi and the other two. A sinister wind gusted and specters surrounded them. However, before long, the malevolent ghosts were scared out of their wits and dispersed when they caught sight of the green-robed cultivator at the front, never appearing again. Su Zimo only stopped when he led Xian Yi and the other two outside the Great Qian ruins. At that moment, daybreak was slowly arriving on the horizons. A resplendent ray of light spilled onto the ruins, making it seem desolate and mysterious. Su Zimo turned back and surveyed the ruins for a short moment before nodding. No one's following us anymore. Peak Master Xian Yi, the three of you can leave from here. Head straight back to the sect and don't stop. Along the way, Su Zimo made use of his moon concealment bow and killed many cultivators that were following them. Gradually, the cultivators realized that they could not hide their tracks from Su Zimo's senses and wisely chose to give up. Zimo, you're not coming back with us? Xian Yi frowned tightly with a worried expression. He had lived for hundreds of years and could naturally sense that a bloodstorm would break out at the Great Qian ruins a month later when the 10,000-year vermilion fruit ripens. Once news of the 10,000-year vermilion fruit was spread, all the golden core paragons of the North region would definitely gather here. In fact, there might even be people from the Immortal and Fiend sects coming forth. At that time, there would definitely not be any one-on-one bouts. Although Su Zimo was strong in combat, he had only just formed his core. How could he deal with so many peerless foes from powerful factions? Zimo, we've benefited immensely from this trip. It's time for us to stop. Liu Hui said meaningfully, in the cultivation world, most cultivators die because of their greeds. You have an extreme foundation establishment and have cultivated such a powerful golden core phenomenon. There's a long way ahead for you. There's no need for you to risk your life over a vermilion fruit. Those words came from the bottom of her heart and was also the most logical and safe decision. Xian Yi added, there are many factions that are stronger than us in the North region. Furthermore, we are too far from the sect. Even if you meet with danger, the sect won't be able to come to your rescue. Zimo, you must be careful. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Peak Masters. If the situation doesn't seem right, I'll give up on the vermilion fruit. Chapter 536, Domineering Vermilion Fruit. Chapter 536, Domineering Vermilion Fruit. Xian Yi was only relieved when he heard Su Zimo's remark. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said again, however, I've got to return because I've still got something on. Peak Masters, please return to the sect first. Don't wait for me. Su Zimo had to get his hands on the 10,000-year vermilion fruit. However, what was even more important to him was the carnate spirit fire that was hidden in the depths of the underground palace. Utmost treasures of the universe as such were often sentient, rare and way too difficult to create. Since he came across it, there was no way Su Zimo would miss it. He was not only going to reforge a new set of 27 supreme-grade flying swords, he even wanted to make use of the carnate spirit fire in the cave to try and repair the mystic gold silk armor and 5 black gold arrows in his storage bag. If he managed to succeed, he would be in possession of a carnate defensive spirit weapon. Even just at early stage golden core, Su Zimo was confident that he would not be defeated. As for the carnate grade black gold arrows, coupled with his moon concealment bow, the killing power released by them would be even more terrifying. If someone of a similar combat strength as himself was using the moon concealment bow and fired the black gold arrows, Su Zimo would not dare guarantee that he could escape unscathed. Zimo, you. Xian Yi frowned slightly but did not continue. He knew that Su Zimo had a decisive character. It was hard for outsiders to change a decision made by him. After a moment of hesitation, Xian Yi instructed, be careful. Don't push beyond your limits. All right. Su Zimo nodded. Xian Yi and the other two had many spirit herbs tucked in their storage bags and they were injured. Fearful that circumstances might change the longer they delayed, they did not dare to linger on. Summoning a spirit vessel, the three of them leaped on it and waved farewell to Su Zimo before turning into a streak of light that gradually vanished by the horizons. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo turned and headed towards the palace. He was not worried that someone else might have gotten their hands on or destroyed the vermilion fruit during this period of time. Now that the vermilion fruit was about to ripen, this was the most dangerous period of time. Any living being that approached the vermilion fruit would have their life essences drained. Along the way, Suzimo noticed that there were many cultivators speeding away from the ruins. To be precise, they seemed like they were scared out of their wits and were scurrying off. This is bad. It's bad. A cultivator panted in a pathetic manner. Everyone, run. The vermilion fruits eating people. Some cultivators had disheveled hair and were only left with one arm. The flesh on their other arm had disintegrated, leaving a hanging white bone as they fled for their lives. Suzimo sneered internally. There were still ignorant and greedy cultivators that tried to pluck the vermilion fruit, resulting in their life essences drained and their fleshes taken in as a nutrient for the vermilion fruit. Before long, Suzimo re-entered the underground palace. After walking for a while, he paused in his tracks and looked at the medicinal field. After Suzimo and the other three collected the spirit herbs, it became bare and barren, leaving a single stalk of vermilion fruit that was extremely striking. And now, fresh white bones were scattered in the vicinity of the vermilion fruit. Every single set of skeleton on the ground had a hand that was reaching forward, as though it was trying to pluck the vermilion fruit. A rough calculation showed that there were around 100 corpses around the vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit seemed to have gotten even more vibrant. Sparkling, translucent and bright red, it emitted an intoxicating fragrance that attracted nearby living beings. All living beings possessed spirit. Humans had the innate capability to kill other living beings, demon beasts had the innate capability of hunting, and certain spirit herbs had the innate capability to lure and kill other living beings too. The life essence draining radius of the vermilion fruit was expanding rapidly. Initially, it was only around the vicinity of the medicinal field. But now, it was extending outwards wildly. The vermilion fruit swayed and a scarlet mist spread, shrouding in all directions. 10, 20, 100 feet. There were only a few people left in the underground palace. The few cultivators had wary expressions and were hidden far away, shifting their gazes between the 10,000-year vermilion fruit and Suzimo, only retreating after ensuring that no one could pluck the vermilion fruit in advance. Before long, Suzimo was the only one left in the underground palace. Of course, that was only for the time being. He was certain that the Great Qian ruins would definitely not be peaceful in the coming month. The closer it was to the ripening of the vermilion fruit, the more cultivators would be gathered in the underground palace and the atmosphere would turn even tenser and chaotic. The draining radius of the vermilion fruit expanded continuously and its mist surged, sealing any exit paths. If Suzimo wanted to re-enter the underground cave, he would have to pass through the mist. Although he was confident in the strength of his body and regeneration capabilities, he did not dare to take the risk to fight against this universal spirit fruit. Looking at the advancing mist, Suzimo pondered for a moment and suddenly extended his left fingertip. Slowly, he touched the edge of the mist carefully. Pest! The moment his fingertip made contact with the mist, Suzimo's expression changed starkly. The flesh on his finger was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, devoured by the scarlet mist. What a domineering vermilion fruit! The veins of the fingers were connected to one's heart. A wrenching sharp pain almost caused Suzimo to yell. Shuddering, he retracted his palm and looked at his left hand with a sense of trepidation. That momentary contact already caused the flesh on his finger to vanish, revealing stark white bones beneath. Suzimo's gaze shimmered and extended his right hand, touching the fog in an experimenting manner. It was perfectly fine. He could clearly sense a mysterious energy trying to drain the life essence of his right hand, but retreated in shock as though it was met with something fearful. Although the vermilion fruit was strong and its mist was domineering, it could not do anything to the divine phoenix bone. Unfortunately, only Suzimo's right hand had the divine phoenix bone. He could not make it through the scarlet mist still. Suzimo frowned. If he was stuck at the corner, unable to enter the cave, he would have to wait an entire month for the vermilion fruit to ripen and the fog to dissipate before he could refine his flying swords and repair the carnate spirit weapons. However, there would be many additional factors by then. No, I've got to think of a way. Suzimo paced around the underground palace and contemplated deeply. After a moment of silence, he paused in his tracks and slapped his storage bag, withdrawing a battered bronze square tripod that was filled with cracks. Since this bronze square tripod was able to withstand the corrosion of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, it should have no issues dealing with the mist. Suzimo placed the bronze square tripod into the mist. True enough. The scarlet mist shrouded around the bronze square tripod but was unable to penetrate it. Success. Smiling gently, Suzimo leaped into the bronze square tripod and became one with it, traveling through the scarlet mist until he arrived beside the spirit spring. After exiting the bronze square tripod, Suzimo turned to look at the mist that was turning thicker and thought to himself, actually, it's not a bad thing that the mist is around. At the very least, it would ensure that no one would cross it for a month and discover the secret of the cave. Surveying his surroundings for a while and twitching his ears to ensure that no one was hidden here, Suzimo pressed the switch on the wall of the pool. The stone slab beneath his feet slid to both sides silently, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Leaping down, Suzimo's figure disappeared. The underground palace went silent once more. Chapter 537 Underground Volcano. Chapter 537 Underground Volcano. Underground Cave. The red lava was flowing slowly, giving off a scorching heat wave. On a parcel of land in the middle of the lava ocean, the little fox stood on both hind legs and placed its tiny paws before its chest. Gazing at the corpse of the demon fox in front of it, a lost, hazy look could be seen in its big, bright eyes. She had been living in fear for the past dozens of years. The fire-blocking basket that looked like a black pot beside her was the final treasure left for her by her mother. The little fox hid in the fire-blocking basket every day, as if that little space was the only place that could make her feel safer. However, in reality, the little fox also knew that it was extremely easy for that gigantic crocodile to kill her. She had never thought about escaping from the claws of that crocodile one day, or even taking revenge for her mother. Everything was all thanks to that demure scholar. The first time she caught sight of the scholar, the little fox had a hunch that he wasn't a bad person. That was the reason why she reminded him to watch out previously. When the demure scholar was devoured by the crocodile, the little fox was despaired, thinking that he was dead for sure and that she would be trapped here for all eternity. However, she was completely shocked by what happened later on. An extremely terrifying flame lit up within the gigantic crocodile and burned its body to complete ashes. As for that demure scholar, he escaped unscathed. Left with no other choice, the crocodile escaped with its essence spirit that was nearly destroyed with a single howl from the scholar. The little fox hurriedly covered the fire-blocking basket and burned the gigantic crocodile's essence spirit to ashes. But now that she had gotten her revenge, the little fox felt hollow within. Just like that, she stood there in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, the furry ears of the little fox twitched and caught wind of some footsteps. There were people coming over. Extremely alert, the little fox locked the fire-blocking basket and hid within immediately, peering through the hole of the basket with its shiny, black eyes. Before long, a green figure appeared from the corner. It was the demure scholar who had left in a rush earlier on. Lifting the fire-blocking basket, the little fox tilted its head and blinked its eyes, looking at the demure scholar. At the same time, the demure scholar caught sight of the little fox the moment he turned the corner. Just like that, the man and beast exchanged looks without moving. It was more like a test of trust. After dozens of years of captivity, the little fox turned distrusting and wary towards strangers. Even though the demure scholar helped her kill her enemy, she was also worried that this was the arrival of an even scarier and crueler being after the death of the crocodile. The little fox had witnessed the capabilities of the demure scholar. She was definitely not a match for him. If he were to charge at her with evil intents, she truly did not know what she should do. Right as the little fox was lost in her imagination, the demure scholar smiled and nodded towards her. Instantly, the little fox was relieved and much less guarded upon seeing the demure scholar's smile. Looking at the terrified little fella not far away, Suzimo's eyes flashed with a look of pity and he sighed internally. After being held in captivity here for dozens of years without freedom or daylight and having to live with its enemy every day, the little fella must have suffered a tremendous trauma after such an experience. To begin with, Suzimo cultivated for both immortality and demon and had lived together with monkey, night spirit and other spirit beasts, He could vaguely sense the fear, uncertainty, and worry in the little fox's mind. This was a little fella with a pitiful background. Suzimo did not try to console or approach her. At that moment, any abnormal action from him could cause the little fox worry and hostility. Meandering around the border of the cave, Suzimo headed deeper inside. Prior to this, he suffered a sneak attack from the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile and returned to the underground palace for an intense battle thereafter. He did not have the chance to explore this cave at all. If he wanted to refine weapons here, he must not be disturbed. The vermilion fruit outside was still emitting the scarlet mist and nobody would discover this place. What remained was for him to explore the cave and ensure that there was nothing dangerous within. The cave was extremely deep with twists and turns leading to unknown places. As he advanced, Suzimo sent forth his spirit perception and did not sense any danger. On the contrary, the little fox carried its fire-blocking basket that covered more than half of its body and tiptoed, following far behind Suzimo like an iron pot that was moving on its own. Suzimo had a playful thought and suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning back to look at the little fella with a burning gaze. The little fox was rattled and its eyes flashed with panic. Instinctively, it let go of its little paws. Clang! The fire-blocking basket fell to the ground without moving and the little fox hid within with a terrified expression. Suzimo broke out into a chuckle and continued forward. Inside the fire-blocking basket, the little fox gripped its tiny paws in indignance and waved it towards Suzimo's back view, harumphing softly. In the blink of an eye, when it saw that Suzimo was going far away, the little fox lifted the fire-blocking basket hurriedly and chased after him in tiptoes. Suzimo had been curious the entire time as to how the lava ocean was formed within the cave. He had been trying to look for the origin of the lava the entire time but noticed that the temperature in his surroundings was climbing to a point where he could not endure for much longer. Not far away, the lava flowed slowly, emitting a scorching heat wave. Suddenly, Suzimo's eyes lit up as he exclaimed softly. There was a thin layer of flames burning on the surface of the lava. However, those flames had a faint yellow color to them. Suzimo closed in slightly before retreating hurriedly. The temperature of that yellow flame was even higher than the carnate spirit fire. How could this be? Narrowing his gaze, he peered ahead of the lava stream. He had a hunch that the origin of the lava was right ahead. Growl! Suddenly, Suzimo heard a hurried sound coming from behind him. Turning back, he saw the little fox placing the fire-blocking basket at the side and panting heavily against the heat. Its fiery red fur was already drenched with sweat, looking like it had just climbed out of water. The little fox who had been living in a world of lava could not withstand the temperature here anymore. It shook its head repeatedly, gesturing for Suzimo to not venture deeper. Hesitating for a moment, Suzimo spoke, "Your cultivation realm is too low, don't follow me. I'll go in and take a look. If I can't withstand it, I'll definitely retreat." It was only when he spoke that Suzimo realized his voice had gone hoarse. Taking a deep breath of air, he felt his throat prickling with heat. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, he crushed a few protection talismans before continuing forward. After taking another turn, he stopped in his tracks instinctively and shuddered. Before him was a massive volcano. The lava was spewed from that volcano. At the mouth of the volcano, the lava was golden. Each time the golden magma was spurted, a few drops would flow down along the volcano and melt the rocks along the way. When it flowed down, it turned into the magnificent lava ocean that was seen in the cave. Chapter 538, Coffin in the Lava. Chapter 538, Coffin in the Lava. Suzimo was already drenched in sweat by the time he arrived before the volcano. The temperature of this place had already surpassed the limits of ordinary cultivators. Even his body that had undergone both immortality and demonic cultivation was feeling a burning pain. Slapping his storage bag, Suzimo withdrew a superior-grade spirit weapon. The moment he withdrew the superior-grade spirit weapon, the spirit patterns on it dimmed slightly. After 10 breaths, cracks appeared on the superior-grade spirit weapon. It was already showing signs of melting. That's amazing. Suzimo's pupils constricted slightly and he was secretly shocked. If ordinary golden cores were cast here, they would burn to death without even touching the sparks of the flames. If the temperature in the air was already so high, it was even more terrifying in the lava gushing at the side. Suzimo was certain that a carnate spirit weapon would melt into molten liquid if it was thrown inside without even creating a bubble. The closer it was to the mouth of the volcano, the higher the temperature. Suzimo truly could not stand it, and his inner core and golden core was churning slowly, causing his blood chi to rise and ancient demons to appear around him one after another. Feeling slightly better, he rose into the air and gazed at the mouth of the volcano not far away. A golden lava was floating in the mouth of the volcano, letting off a shuddering aura and a scorching heat. In fact, Suzimo suspected that even a nascent soul would be melted by the golden lava, leaving no corpse and a destroyed essence spirit. This is way too scary. With a shocked expression, Suzimo lamented internally, this golden lava is good stuff, and it's even more terrifying than a carnate spirit fire. If I can store away some of this stuff, it'll definitely be of great use in the future. Thereafter, Suzimo smiled. His lips cracked, trickling with a trace of blood that evaporated instantly. That single thought was naturally just a casual one. The golden lava could even melt a carnate spirit weapon. What could store it? Just as Suzimo was about to turn and leave, a thought struck him. There was truly an item in his storage bag that he could make an attempt with. The bronze square tripod. Although it was only a battered weapon, it could withstand the corrosion of the scarlet-armored fiend demon's digestive fluids and was extremely tough. Could it be able to withstand the melting power of the golden lava? Suzimo hesitated for a long time before deciding to give it a shot. He would first place a leg of the bronze square tripod into the golden lava and see if it would melt. Even if it was melted and lost a leg, that would not affect a bronze square tripod that was already abandoned to begin with. At that thought, Suzimo withdrew the bronze square tripod and flew towards the mouth of the volcano. When he arrived at the vicinity of the mouth of the volcano, the heat of the flame became even more terrifying, and Suzimo felt his head spin as though he could faint at any moment. The longer he stayed at this place, the more danger he would be in. Gazing at the moving golden lava beneath him, Suzimo did not dare to hesitate as he directed the bronze square tripod slowly into the mouth of the volcano. A leg of the bronze square tripod was about to make contact with the golden lava. Suddenly, the surface of the lava bubbled, as though something was trying to come forth from beneath it. Shocked, Suzimo hurriedly controlled the bronze square tripod to rise into the air. Even so, some golden lava splashed onto the walls of the tripod before sliding down. Suzimo focused his gaze. It was perfectly fine. There was no mark on the spot where the bronze square tripod was splashed by the golden lava. Success. Suzimo was elated. The bubbling golden lava calmed down once more, as though that was only an ordinary reaction. Suzimo controlled the descent of the bronze square tripod, only turning to leave after it was filled with the golden lava. While the golden lava was terrifying and berserk, as if it could incinerate and destroy everything, it was calm when stored inside the bronze square tripod, as though it was isolated from the world. Suzimo did not sense any heat when he carried the bronze square tripod. The body of the tripod was cold as always. The heat of the golden lava was trapped within completely. Leaving the mouth of the volcano, Suzimo placed the bronze square tripod carefully into a separate storage bag and hung it on the side of his waist. Not long after he left, the golden lava in the mouth of the volcano began rumbling and spewing once more. There was something that floated on the surface of the lava. Faintly visible, it seemed like it was a coffin. The coffin was transparent and was made of some unknown material such that there were no signs of burns even as it was immersed in the golden lava. Floating on the surface of the lava, it could be vaguely seen that a woman laid within the coffin. Her palms were closed together and rested before her chest, revealing two smooth, jade-like arms that resembled the texture of an elephant's tusks. The woman had an exquisite figure and exuded a lazy, charming aura as she laid there, seemingly asleep. As the coffin swirled slowly along with the lava, a peerless face appeared and was frighteningly seductive. The peerless woman's eyes were initially closed. All of a sudden, her long lashes twitched slightly and her beautiful eyes showed signs of opening. A shuddering aura began to emanate. The peerless woman could awaken at any moment. There was a slight pause. Going silent again, the peerless woman seemed like she returned to sleep once more. The transparent coffin sank gradually, entering the golden lava and disappearing within. Silence returned to the mouth of the volcano, as though nothing had happened. Suzimo knew nothing about the changes in the deepest part of the cave within the mouth of the volcano. Initially, he did not feel comfortable with the temperature inside the cave. But now that he was returning from the volcano along his original path, he felt cool and could not help but lament internally, the mouth of that volcano is truly purgatory hell. This place is paradise compared to that. The little fox waited at its original position and heaved a slight breath of relief upon seeing Suzimo return safely. After all, he was her benefactor. Even though she was guarded against him, the little fox did not wish for him to meet with misfortunes. Furthermore, she had witnessed the scene of Suzimo in his demon form. In her heart, he was also someone of the demon race. Suzimo only paused in his tracks upon returning to the vicinity of the cave's entrance. Assuming a lotus position, he began to heal up and recuperate his stamina. He did not have the chance to rest at all the entire night. From the fight against the otherworldly soldiers up till daybreak, he had not rested for the entire night and even nearly lost his life in between fighting against a fiend demon. Be it in physically or mentally, Suzimo was at his limits. Prior to this, he consumed many spirit herbs directly in the underground palace. Not much of the tremendous amount of energy contained within those spirit herbs were absorbed by Suzimo and they were accumulated within his body. Now that he was healing his injuries, all of those energies surged forth and entered every single fiber of his. Suzimo's injuries and stamina were rapidly recovering. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. With a bright gaze and rosy cheeks, Suzimo rose with vigor and roared into the skies. Ah! The roar was loud, clear and robust, and no injuries or signs of fatigue could be seen on his body anymore. Feeling the condition of his body, Suzimo could not help but break out into a faint smile. Those spirit herbs carried fire attribute spirit energy, and coupled with the environment of this place, he discovered that his cultivation had advanced by quite a bit. Chapter 539 Success. Chapter 539 Success. Of course, Suzimo was still quite a distance away from mid-stage golden core, although his cultivation had advanced. He had just only formed his core. Disregarding the journey taken to reach the Great Qian ruins from Pingyang town, only 2 days had passed. If he hadn't experienced the intense battles in the Great Qian ruins and was merely cultivating in seclusion, he would need years to reach his current point of cultivation. The best way to grow was to grind between the borders of life and death, battling through blood. Furthermore, he was in such a favorable environment and had the help of spirit herbs that were more than 10,000 years old. This was also the reason why many cultivators would choose to explore outside after they reached a bottleneck in their cultivations. While explorations were filled with danger, there were also accompanying opportunities. Calming himself, Suzimo was ready to attempt to fix his carnate spirit weapons. Not far away, the little fox sat on the fire-blocking basket quietly, gazing over with black, bright gem-like eyes. It had been watching Suzimo for the entire day. Although it did not get close, Suzimo could sense that the little fox was much less guarded towards him. If it was previously, given the distrusting nature of that little fella, it would definitely be lifting its fire-blocking basket with bot paws, ready to hide inside at any moment rather than be as relaxed as it was now. Smiling, Suzimo said, "Little fella, I'm preparing to refine spirit weapons. You must not disturb me during this period of time." When she heard Suzimo refer to her as little fella, a look of indignance flashed through the little fox's eyes. However, immediately after, the little fox was touched internally upon thinking deeper. That statement revealed a form of trust. The demure scholar was extremely terrifying in combat and could easily restrain her in captivity. That way, she would not be able to interrupt his weapon refinement process at all. But now, the other party chose to give her his trust instead. Could that person have ulterior motives? The little fox blinked and was still a little worried. After being locked here for dozens of years by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, The little fox was fragile mentally and was easily suspicious. Other than her deceased mother, she was constantly guarded against others. She was truly way too terrified. Just as she was imagining things, the demure scholar on the other end had already withdrawn a black gold arrow from his storage bag and began with refinement. Before entering the elementary ancient battlefield, Suzimo obtained a carnate spirit weapon forging technique from the Great Dew Palace as a reward for the sect competition. Within it was a method that allowed one to repair a damaged carnate spirit weapon. The so-called damage did not refer to the spirit weapon itself, but the breaking of the sixth spirit pattern. There were no impurities within a damaged carnate spirit weapon. In other words, by using a carnate spirit fire to forge a carnate spirit weapon, one could ignore the first 4 steps of weapon refinement completely and head straight to spirit gathering once the spirit weapon was heated to a scarlet red state. After gathering 5 spirit patterns, the carnate spirit fire will then be used to rejoin the broken 6th spirit pattern. A single failure in the process would result in the carnate spirit weapon being destroyed. Throughout history, even the top weapon refinement masters could not guarantee that they could gather 6 spirit patterns in a single attempt. In other words, this weapon forging technique was an impossible task in the eyes of other weapon refinement masters. However, in the hands of Suzimo, there was a chance of repairing the carnate spirit weapon. With the use of his spirit perception, he could ensure a 100% success rate of spirit gathering. Back in the Elixir Pool sect ruins in the elementary ancient battlefield, Suzimo discovered 5 damaged black gold arrows. There was only one of the mystic gold silk armor and it was an extremely precious defensive carnate spirit weapon. Suzimo planned on testing things out with the black gold arrows first. He controlled a black gold arrow and placed it above the carnate spirit fire, receiving the continuous heat. As time passed by, the arrow was heated to a red state and shone transparently from inside out like a fiery ruby. Suzimo began spirit gathering. 1 spirit pattern. 2 spirit patterns. 3 spirit patterns. 3 spirit patterns were formed in a single attempt without any pauses. Given his talent in weapon refinement, there was a high chance that he could condense the first 3 spirit patterns even without his spirit perception. Suzimo did not rest at all and started condensing the 4th spirit pattern. His spirit perception sounded. Give up. Another attempt. Not good, give up. Just like that, the 4th spirit pattern was only condensed after the 17th attempt of back and forth. Taking a breath of relief, Suzimo began condensing the 5th spirit pattern. His luck and condition were both decent and his 5th spirit pattern was condensed on the 3rd attempt. That black gold arrow was a carnate spirit weapon to begin with and contained no impurities even though it was damaged. That was the reason why Suzimo was able to condense the 5th spirit weapon with such ease. If he had to choose his own materials, smelt, forge and temper personally, he would definitely not have been able to refine such a flawless arrow. Therefore, the reason why he was able to create the perfect grade blood quencher the other time was due to the confluence of multiple factors and a little bit of luck. Right now, the black gold arrow was already a perfect spirit weapon. However, Suzimo was not pleased yet. The final step was the most critical. While perfect spirit weapons were rare and possessed extraordinary strength, there was a massive difference between them and carnate spirit weapons. It was a leap in quality. Carnate spirit fires were innately sentient. Suzimo attempted to condense a spirit pattern on the foundation of the broken 6th spirit pattern on the black gold arrow, repairing it slowly. The process was arduous and repetitive. In fact, he did not even know if he could succeed. However, Suzimo had never thought about giving up and he continued trying relentlessly with a resolute gaze. An entire day passed. Far away, the little fox was tired of watching and dozed off with heavy eyelids, sleeping a few times. Each time she reopened her eyes, Suzimo was sitting there in the same position and repeated the same motions over and over again. Not only did Suzimo not take a break throughout the entire day, he maintained the same focus and it was a great test of his stamina and determination. Of course, all of his efforts were worth it. Suzimo could clearly see that the 6th spirit pattern on the black gold arrow, its originally broken carnate spirit pattern, was showing signs of reparation and was turning brighter. The spirit energy fluctuation on the black gold arrow was also getting more obvious. 2 hours later, the drowsy little fox was awakened suddenly by a brilliant glow and instinctively opened its eyes to look over. In front of Suzimo, the initially dim black gold arrow was shining with 6 resplendent glows at the moment, emitting a terrifyingly sharp intent that could pierce anything. The little fox knew that Suzimo succeeded. For some unknown reason, she felt elated as well and smiled, making her eyes seem like crescent moons. Suzimo put away the black gold arrow and was delighted when he looked at the spirit patterns. Success. With the black gold arrow, coupled with the moon concealment bow, his killing power would rise to another level. If he could repair the black gold arrow, he could naturally repair the mystic gold silk armor. This meant that apart from the coiling dragon seal, Suzimo was now in possession of other carnate spirit weapons, the mystic gold silk armor and black gold arrows. At the same time, he also had the quasi-carnate moon concealment bow. Even legacy disciples of Tianhuang mainland's supersects, ancient aristocratic families or top factions might not be as wealthy as him. Chapter 540 – 4 Gentries. Chapter 540 – 4 Gentries. When the news of the 10,000-year vermilion fruit spread, countless gazes were attracted. Various other news, real and fake, accompanied it. There was talk of an underground palace hidden beneath the great Qian ruins. There was talk of a medicinal field with countless treasures in the underground palace. There was talk of a cultivator obtaining an extremely powerful carnate spirit weapon in the ruins. The entire north region was shaken. The interest towards the great Qian ruins from the cultivation world of the north region had gradually died down in the past 10,000 years. But now, with the massive spread of news one after another, it proved that there were possibly undiscovered secrets in the great Qian ruins. Furthermore, the allure of the 10,000-year vermilion fruit was way too great for golden cores. Nobody could resist such a temptation. Cultivators from the 4 dynasties of the north region started moving. The successors of multiple major sects and factions came out of seclusion, claiming boldly that they wanted to fight for the vermilion fruit. Even some of the reclusive cultivation gentry clans declared that they were sending their respective golden core paragons towards the great Qian ruins. Right away, the world was moving. In less than half a month, a storm gathered in the vicinity of the great Qian ruins with countless heroes. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense and murderous. There was only one vermilion fruit. Who in the north region could obtain it? 15 days later, 2 cultivators arrived in the vicinity of the great Qian ruins, a man and a woman. The man had a face full of beard and rough facial appearances, striding widely while wearing heavy armor. The woman had extraordinary features and carried a long sword on her waist. Her black hair fell like a waterfall and her robes were white as snow, extremely graceful. They were Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan, leaders of the capital of Great Ju's Azure Falcon and White Hawk squads respectively. Both of them had already cultivated to perfected Golden Core realm and were here on the orders of the Emperor. The Emperor of Great Ju saw through the situation clearly and knew that the Great Qian ruins would definitely be filled with paragons competing. The Great Ju dynasty did not stand a chance at all. That was the reason why the Great Ju did not send any army of cultivators but instead, only Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan. They were not here for the vermilion fruit, merely to check out the secrets of the great Qian ruins and see if they could come across any opportunities. There were many sects and factions bearing the same thoughts. There were also a number of itinerant cultivators that headed over, wanting to take advantage of the chaos. All of those itinerant cultivators were not strong and would not have dared to venture into the great Qian ruins alone. Now that there were many paragons of various major sects and gentry families opening the path, the malevolent ghosts and otherworldly soldiers were not a threat at all. Those itinerant cultivators could also seize the chance to explore the great Qian ruins. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan looked at the desolate, mysterious ruins ahead with hesitant expressions. Normally speaking, the two of them should enter and explore it first. But now, the situation at the great Qian ruins was overly chaotic and they had already witnessed much fighting along the way here. The closer they got to the great Qian ruins, the more tense the situation became. All of a sudden, Mu Dongqing's expression changed and he pulled Bai Yuhan down to squat as the both of them hid in the wild grass around them that was taller than a man's height. "Someone's here," Mu Dongqing whispered. Not long after he spoke, a series of figures appeared in the distant horizon. A single glance showed that there were more than 1,000 of them and they were all floating on thin air. All of them were golden cores. Each of the golden cores wore heavy armor and bore cold expressions. They were in an orderly formation and were clearly disciplined. Bai Yuhan frowned slightly and whispered, "That seems to be the army of the Great Yu dynasty." "Yes." Mu Dongqing nodded. Someone leaked the news that the other 3 dynasties made their move as well. To think that the Great Yu dynasty would send this many people. Their leader seems to be the golden core genius of the Great Yu dynasty, Jiyu Luonan. "It's him." Mu Dongqing had a stern expression. By the looks of it, the Great Yu dynasty seems to want to fight badly for the vermilion fruit. Arriving before the Great Qian ruins, Jiyu Luonan paused for a moment and waved his arm, leading the golden cores behind him to charge into the ruins. Thud, thud, thud. All of a sudden, a shuddering sound could be heard from the distant horizons, rumbling like thunder as though a massive army was arriving. Before long, dozens of ancient war chariots appeared, pulled by divine steeds prancing in the air. The chariots charged over with an endless killing intent. War flags flew everywhere, fluttering loudly. There were around 3 people on each chariot, all wearing battle armor and emitting a steely aura with sharp gazes. The arrival of the dozens of ancient chariots was majestic and instantly attracted countless gazes. The cultivators nearby the ruins could vaguely feel their hearts thumping. 2 gigantic words were written on the war flags, Taba. "They are from the Taba clan." Mu Dongqing's heart skipped a beat. Apart from the 4 dynasties, there were 4 gentry clans in the north region, the Murong, Yuan, Dugu, and Taba clans. These 4 gentry clans existed at the establishment of the Great Qian Empire and had a long lineage. When the capital was destroyed overnight 10,000 years ago, leading to the split of the Great Qian Empire, the 4 gentry clans left the control of the Great Qian Empire one after another as well. The 4 gentry clans were cultivation clans with immense strength and deep foundations that even surpassed Great Ju and the other 3 dynasties. To think that even golden cores of the Taba would be here. "I heard that paragons of the 4 gentry clans have arrived, wanting to claim the vermilion fruit and reign over the north region. Their leader seems to be the peerless genius of the Taba clan, Taba Feng. With a nasty temper and a cruel character, he loves to fight." There were other cultivators hiding nearby Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan, discussing in hushed whispers. Among the dozens of chariots, only one of them led by the front. Pulled by 5 extremely long divine steeds, the sounds of their neighs were shuddering. A single person stood on the chariot with a mighty figure and a haughty aura, letting off a feeling of savageness. When Jiyu Luonan of the Great Yu dynasty caught sight of that person, his expression changed and he took a breath of air before revealing a faint smile, cupping his fists. "It's you, brother Taba. I've long heard of your great name." This was a common pleasantry between cultivators, but it attracted stifled laughter from the Taba clansmen. Taba Feng swept his gaze over and hollered, "Where did this ant come from? How dare you call me on equal terms?" His words showed no respect for Jiyu Luonan at all. Jiyu Luonan was also a top-tier expert of the Golden Core realm and had never endured such ridicule before. Instantly, his expression darkened. Upon seeing that, Taba Feng sneered, "Good, good. How dare you give me such an attitude? Don't leave then. All of you shall stay here. Kill." Slapping his storage bag, Taba Feng retrieved an extremely domineering halberd. Waving his arm with a holler, he whipped the ropes and his chariot charged over. The Taba clansmen behind him followed his orders and dozens of chariots moved at the same time. The war drums echoed deafeningly. The aura was so immense that it seemed like it could crush everything. "Prepare for battle." Jiyu Luonan's expression changed. He had not expected that a single statement from him would cause a huge battle to break out. Boom! The dozens of chariots charged into the Great Yu army murderously, tearing apart the Golden Core army that had more than 1,000 people. That single charge caused nearly 100 golden cores to be trampled into meat sludge by the chariot. At the front, Tabafone was even more terrifying, standing at the front of the chariot waving his halberd with frightening strength. None of the golden cores could survive a single round against him. Everywhere the chariots passed, a trail of blood would appear. One after another, figures fell from the skies helplessly. Chapter 541, Grand Gathering. Chapter 541, Grand Gathering. It was too tragic. In the ruins, the lives of golden cores were akin to grass. In less than 15 minutes, that orderly golden core army of the Great Yu dynasty was trampled by the dozens of chariots from the Taba clan, and more than half were injured or dead. Corpses were strewn everywhere and tragic cries howled. The Great Yu army had broken apart completely, and the remaining cultivators fled far away without turning back. The golden core genius of the Great Yu dynasty, Jiyu Luonan, was defeated by Tabafone within 3 blows. Slicing Jiyu Luonan's head off with his halberd, Tabafone held the head in his hand. With a torrential aura, he stomped on Jiyu Luonan's corpse and smacked his lips, sneering, "What dog's hit genius is this? There are no lack of geniuses in this generation." Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan were horrified when they witnessed the scene and shivered uncontrollably. The two of them witnessed Jiyu Luonan releasing his golden core phenomenon to try and flee. However, it was destroyed with a single slash of Tabafone's halberd and his head was severed. Without even using his golden core phenomenon, Tabafone killed Jiyu Luonan while destroying the Great Yu army. He tossed the blooded head of Jiyu Luonan casually on the ground and scoffed coldly. "You're not even fit to ride on my chariot with your strength." Narrowing his gaze, Mu Dongqing could vaguely see dozens of heads scattered on Tabafone's chariots. Most of them were dried and only a few were stained with fresh blood. "I heard that Tabafone loves to murder geniuses. Each time he murders a genius, he would sever the latter's head and place it on his chariot. I've heard that he claimed brazenly he was going to slaughter all paragons of Tianhuang mainland and fill his chariot." A hushed whisper sounded from the grass nearby. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan exchanged glances. Both of them could see the shock in the other's eyes. There were dozens of chariots from the Taba clan arriving for this expedition. At the most, they had less than 100 people. However, they were able to destroy an army with more than 1,000 golden cores. The strength of the Taba clan was clear. Thud, thud, thud. Not far away, another group of ancient chariots charged over with war flags raised, etched with the word Yuan. Another of the gentry clans, the Yuan clan, had arrived. Humph. The leader of the Yuan clan was scrawnier like a bamboo pole and sneered, "Taba, those are merely ants with mediocre strength. What's there to flaunt about?" "Yuan Wujia." Tabafone turned the chariot and whipped his rope with a raring battle intent in his eyes, hollering, "You've come at the right time. Killing those ants wasn't enjoyable at all. I've still kept a spot on my chariot for your head." Without a second word, Tabafone led his chariot and charged towards Yuan Wujia. "Do you think I'll be afraid of you?" Yuan Wujia was clearly unafraid and retrieved a golden 3-pronged spear from his storage bag. It looked extremely heavy and unbefitting with his scrawny size. "Kill." The two of them soared into the air at the same time and bellowed. The halberd and golden 3-pronged spear collided fiercely, releasing a shuddering shockwave in midair. A burst of light shot forth, blazing like the sun with a blinding radiance. There were more cultivators gathering in the vicinity and alarmed yells could be heard from the crowd. Mu Dongqing was a body-tempered cultivator with immense strength. He wielded a gigantic hammer and was unstoppable. However, compared to the two paragons before him, Mu Dongqing felt that he was way too weak. "This is a true paragon." Mu Dongqing could not help but shake his head and lament, "Either of them could kill me in less than 3 moves. Deafening sounds could be heard as the paragons of the two gentry clans, Tabafone and Yuan Wujia, fought in midair and it was hard to determine the victor. The voids would quake with every single clash. As the attacks continued, Tabafone got increasingly serious and the ferocity in his eyes shimmered. Circulating his golden core furiously, a terrifying aura spread out from around him. It was a golden core phenomenon. Yuan Wujia's pupils constricted rapidly and he withdrew right away, hollering, "Tabafeng, you're insane. How dare you try and use a golden core phenomenon?" Golden core phenomenons were the strongest means available to golden cores, and they wouldn't be able to reuse it within a short period of time upon release. In other words, if someone activated their golden core phenomenon during an intense battle, it meant that they were determined to go for the kill. While Yuan Wujia was displeased with Todafeng, he retained his sanity. The vermilion fruit had not ripened yet. If the both of them were to reveal all their trump cards and release their golden core phenomenons here, it would only result in an internecine outcome and allow outsiders to gain the advantage. Tabafeng's golden core phenomenon had not formed fully, and in reality, he was hesitant internally as well. But when he sensed the gazes from the surroundings, Tabafeng was pumped and declared coldly, "Fuck that. I'll kill you today. The both of you, cut it out." Suddenly, a cold and charming voice sounded. Bang! Boom! Boom! A series of ancient chariots arrived with a formidable aura, causing the clouds to disperse and the firmaments to quake. These ancient chariots were only available for the gentry aristocratic families. It was the arrival of yet another major cultivation clan. The war flag on the chariots displayed a striking word, Murong. A woman stood on the chariot at the front, wearing blue palace robes with a tall, slim, and voluptuous figure. Although she did not have makeup on, she possessed flawless fairy-like features with an arrogance that was unique to the gentry clans. The person who spoke earlier on was this woman. When he saw the woman, Yuan Wujia yelled hurriedly, "Murong Wushuang, you've come at the right time. Help me control this madman. None of you shall control my actions today." Although that was what Tabafeng said, it was clear that his tone had softened. Our 4 gentry clans are related through history. We can spar, but there's no need to get into a life-and-death bout. Murong Wushuang commented indifferently, "Besides, the vermilion fruit isn't ripe yet. What's the point of you guys fighting? To let outsiders laugh at us?" Sweeping his gaze towards the cultivators watching from the surroundings, Todafeng hollered with a cold killing intent in his eyes, "Who would dare to laugh at me? All of you, scram further." The many cultivators were shocked and retreated hurriedly. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan seized the chaotic moment to escape outside as well. The ruins were way too scary. This battle was merely a scene that was replicating similar battles in other parts of the Great Qian ruins. Before they even caught sight of the vermilion fruit, people were fighting till rivers of blood were formed. Once the vermilion fruit truly appeared, what sort of a bloodstorm would that be? The group retreated, leaving a single person walking forward silently in a striking manner. Instantly, everyone's gazes focused on that person. That person wore black robes and had black hair. Expressionless and stiff, there were no emotions in his eyes as he walked towards the depths of the Great Qian ruins holding a long sword in his pale left hand. Who is that? How dare he ignore the threat of Tabafeng? I think his brains must be dead. It's easy to tell that he's an idiot with a paralyzed face. He truly doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he challenge the 3 gentry clans alone? Many cultivators nearby discussed in hushed voices with mocking expressions. The person did not move quickly. To be precise, compared to the speed of cultivators, he was extremely slow. The black-robed sword cultivator walked slowly towards the depths of the ruins like a mortal, ignoring the many chariots of the 3 gentry clans in the air and the strong cultivators. One step after another. Chapter 542, 10 Upper Sects. Chapter 542, 10 Upper Sects. The cultivators of the 3 gentry clans seemed to have frozen in midair and complete silence ensued as none of them moved. After the arrival of the black-robed swordsman, even the unbearable Tabafeng with his torrential ferocity earlier on quietened down. A hint of wariness could be seen from the depths of his eyes. The scene that everyone expected did not happen. On the contrary, the black-robed swordsman continued walking beneath the 3 gentry clans in an unhurried manner, step by step just like that under countless gazes. That was not a distance that was considered far for cultivators. Be it with movement techniques or riding on their swords, it would merely take slightly more than 100 breaths. However, That black-robed swordsman walked for a whole 15 minutes. The stranger thing was that nobody stopped him or even spoke throughout the entire time. It was as though everyone's throats were choked. Murong Wushuang frowned slightly, and there was an odd look in the way she watched the black-robed swordsman. It seemed like pity, admiration, and even worry. It was conflicted and complicated. The black-robed swordsman seemed indifferent towards everyone's fiery gazes. His gaze was a little lost, seemingly unable to find a focal point. Walking forward step by step unhurriedly, he maintained his speed and slowly disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Who was that man? The cultivators watching were no fools and gradually returned to their senses. There's still one more gentry clan. There's a high chance that he is the paragon of the Dugu clan. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall that there's a frightening golden core sword cultivator of the Dugu clan known as Dugu Gen. He lives for the blade. I've also heard about him before. It's said that he keeps to himself and has no kin or friends. For the past dozens of years, he is only accompanied by his black sword and has truly reached the realm of requiring nothing but his sword. When she heard the discussions nearby, Bai Yuhan whispered, Dongqing, seems like the Dugu clan has given up on the fight for the vermilion fruit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent him here alone. Not necessarily. Mu Dongqing shook his head. Apart from people like us that have given up on fighting for the vermilion fruit and are just here to take advantage of the chaos, there's another possibility why some of them are here alone or in pairs. Why? Bai Yuhan asked. That man is so scary that he doesn't even need the help of others. In midair, Taba Feng had already retracted his golden core phenomenon when the black-robed swordsman appeared. After the black-robed swordsman was gone, he heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Here I was thinking why there was no one from the Dugu clan with our 3 clans here. So, they sent that man with the paralyzed face. The black-robed swordsman was expressionless the entire time and Taba Feng was naturally only mocking him with the paralyzed face term. Not far away, a cultivator could not help but chuckle. Paralyzed face. Hee, how befitting. Murong Wushuang's expression darkened and she turned slightly. Without a single word, she waved her sleeves and a streak of light appeared instantly, shooting into that cultivator's glabella before vanishing. There was a thud. That person's head exploded and he fell to the ground, dead with his blood and brain juices splattering everywhere. The crowd fell into an uproar. The cultivators nearby were frightfully pale and retreated instinctively, looking up into the skies with a sense of trepidation at that murderous peerless woman on the ancient chariot. With a cold face, Murong Wushuang said slowly, Do you think the likes of you can make fun of anyone from the 4 gentry clans? No one replied. Taba Feng, Yuan Wujia and Murong Wushuang stood on midair with a bedazzling aura, resembling gods that were looking down at puny mortals with judgmental gazes. Who would dare reply under such pressure? Turning around, Murong Wushuang glared at Taba Feng and remarked coldly, Taba Feng, don't say that I didn't warn you, but you had better watch your mouth. Trouble stems from the mouth. Taba Feng regained his arrogance after the departure of the black-robed swordsman and roared into laughter. It's none of your business. I can say whatever I like. All right. With a frosty stare, Murong Wushuang said, Since you're so daring, go chase after Dugu and repeat your word. Taba Feng's expression darkened and he harumphed without retorting. Heaving a deep breath, Murong Wushuang composed herself and said indifferently, Don't blame me for not reminding you guys, but there's news that the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects of the North region are coming. When they heard that, Taba Feng and Yuan Wujia knitted their brows. It's not going to be so simple to pluck the vermilion fruit and claim dominance over the Golden Core realm in the North region. Even successors of the ancient aristocratic families of the North region might appear. With that said, Murong Wushuang waved her hand and led the dozens of chariots behind her to speed into the Great Qian ruins. Taba Feng and Yuan Wujia calmed down as well and left respectively, giving up on their fight with a tacit understanding. In the blink of an eye, peace returned to the skies at the boundaries of the ruins. With so many talents aiming for the same goal, even the paragons of the 4 gentry clans may not be able to get the vermilion fruit. That's right. Haven't you heard that the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects are rushing over too? There's definitely going to be a great war between the paragons at that time. Seems like that vermilion fruit is not only a universal treasure, there's an even deeper meaning to it. Whoever gains the vermilion fruit is the number one perfected being of the North region. The intermediate ancient battlefield will open up in another 20 years. A victor must be decided with this gathering of the paragons of major factions and sects of the North region. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan exchanged grim glances as they heard the discussions. The situation at the Great Qian ruins was even more chaotic and frightening than they had imagined. What are the 10 upper sects? Bai Yuhan asked. Mu Dongqing reminisced and replied, I heard the nascent souls in the palace mention about it unintentionally in the past. It's said that there are 108 upper clans that are ranked beneath the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. Most of them are congregated within the Middle Continent and some of them are scattered in the North, South, East and West regions. There are 10 of them in the North region. What sort of sects can be regarded as upper sects? I'm not sure. Mu Dongqing shook his head. It's said that the strength of an upper sect requires the support of a conjoint body mighty figure. Conjoint body mighty figure. The mention of those words caused Bai Yuhan's heart to skip a beat. There were 9 major realms of cultivation: qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, void reversion, dharma characteristic, conjoint body, Mahayana, and the legendary tribulation transcendence. The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty could be established and withstand close to 10,000 years was because there was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord backing the capital. How terrifying would it be if upper sects had the backing of a conjoint body mighty figure? How many Dharma characteristic Tao Lords would they have under them? What sort of strength would their paragons possess as well? One would truly only understand that there's always someone better than them upon leaving the Great Zhou dynasty and experience the true terror of the cultivation world. At the Middle Continent, the origin of cultivation, where the culture of cultivation was the most glorious with the most super sects and factions gathered, how majestic would things be over there? Chapter 543, Trust. Chapter 543, Trust. All of a sudden, a shuddering aura surged from the edge of the horizon. The weather had changed. Oh! A long horn sound rang through the world. Many cultivators looked over and their expressions changed. At the edge of the skies, gigantic spirit vessel warships a few thousand feet long with mysterious patterns etched on them hovered and shone brightly. Tearing through the air, the spirit vessels had a domineering aura and a rampant might. One after another, figures with powerfully shuddering auras stood at their bows. The successors of upper sects have arrived at the ruins. That's the spirit vessel of one of the 10 upper sects, Heaven Motion Sect. Their leader should be the paragon of Heaven Motion Sect, Long Wenyu. The spirit vessels passed over the cultivators one after another, forming gigantic shadows that covered the skies. Not long after Heaven Motion Sect passed, many more spirit vessels tore through the clouds. The vessels were pitch black and eerie, resembling hell boats floating in the seas of hell. One of the 10 upper sects, Dark Ghost Sect. Be careful not to be targeted by anyone from Dark Ghost Sect or you'll definitely live an existence worse than death. There are countless malevolent ghosts and otherworldly soldiers in the Great Qian ruins. That's a complete terrain advantage for Dark Ghost Sect. The spirit vessels of Dark Ghost Sect steered into the Great Qian ruins. Not long after, more battleships arrived. The first ancestors of the gentry clans were cultivation warriors that conquered deserts. Therefore, their clansmen would travel with ancient chariots. The upper clans were different from the North region gentry clans. Most of them traveled using spirit vessels. That's the warship of one of the 10 upper sects, Blaze Columbus Valley. Raring flames blazed on the newly arrived warships and the clouds in the air were burned scarlet, displaying a dismal beauty. I heard that the paragon of Blaze Columbus Valley, Wang Yang, came here previously and was nearly killed. Who could be so strong? I'm not sure. It's probably the legacy disciple of another upper sect. I heard that the paragon of Stellar Lunar Sect died. There's no way Stellar Lunar Sect is going to let this go. There's already 3 of the 10 upper sects here now, and I garner the other 7 should be arriving soon. Seems like the rumors are for real. Needless to think, a great battle would definitely break out in the Great Qian ruins once the vermilion fruit was ripe 15 days later. At that time, paragons would be drenched in blood and no one knew who would survive the massive storm. This could be considered as a test. Only paragons that survive bloodbaths could truly be considered as peerless paragons and leave an unshakable name in the intermediate ancient battlefield 20 years later. With a stern expression, Mu Dongqing contemplated for a long time before saying slowly, "The situation is getting way too complicated in the Great Qian ruins." "Why do you say that?" Bai Yuhan could tell that he had more to his mind. Mu Dongqing frowned. "Have you noticed that despite the grand commotion at the Great Qian ruins, a single nascent soul has yet to appear?" Bai Yuhan nodded. She had noticed this long ago too. The vermilion fruit doesn't have much effect for nascent souls and they're probably not attracted by it, Bai Yuhan deduced. While that is true, it's impossible that none of them appeared at all. That doesn't make sense. What do you have in mind? Mu Dongqing mulled deeply. "I'm guessing that some of the nascent souls have already arrived." "What do you mean by that?" Bai Yuhan's eyes widened. Mu Dongqing replied, "There are too many factions involved in this fight for the vermilion fruit. If nascent souls interfered, they would definitely destroy the balance. As you've mentioned, it's truly not worth it for nascent souls to fight for a single vermilion fruit. Therefore, I garner that there's most probably a silent agreement between the nascent souls of the various major factions to not interfere so that the younger generation can take a truly decisive battle to see who could reign supreme among the Golden Core realm. It's very likely that all the nascent souls are hidden and watching to see the outcome of this battle." Bai Yuhan frowned and fell into deep thought upon hearing his guess. Underground cave. A resplendent light shone above the scarlet lava and a faint yellow inner armor hovered in midair beautifully. On the shore, a demure green-robed cultivator wiped away the sweat on his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief, finally letting off a faint smile. The green-robed cultivator was none other than Su Zimo. After entering the underground cave, he merely spent 5 days repairing the 5 black gold arrows. However, it took him 10 days to repair the mystic gold silk armor. For the past 15 days, Su Zimo did not rest for a single moment and was tense. He was already at his limits physically and mentally by doing spirit gathering continuously. However, it was all worth it. The 5 black gold arrows and the mystic gold silk armor were all carnate spirit weapons. Su Zimo's combat strength had just climbed yet another level. Su Zimo stretched and removed his green robes, preparing to don the mystic gold silk armor. However, his actions caused the furry, red ball beside his feet to wake up. The little fox yawned and pushed against Su Zimo's thigh with its head and groggy eyes, expressing its displeasure. Su Zimo smiled. Over the past 15 days, the little fox had let down its guard towards him entirely. Initially, this little thing hid and watched him from afar. When it was tired, it slept and continued watching after it woke up. After a few days, when the little fox saw that Su Zimo ignored her, she advanced and closed in. When she realized that she was still not in danger after another day, she closed the distance again. A few days later, the little fox laid down beside Su Zimo's feet directly. She used his thighs as her pillow and felt extremely comfortable. She had never had a sleep as good as this for dozens of years. After waking up, the little fox rubbed her eyes and the first thing she saw was Su Zimo changing his clothes. Instantly, she blushed and grumbled internally, "Everything about this man is good except the fact that he loves to be nude." Su Zimo was indifferent and wore the mystic gold silk armor. It felt cooling on his skin and extremely comfortable. The mystic gold silk armor was thin as the wings of cicadas, but it was unyielding and could adjust to the figure of any cultivator. It was truly a rare utmost treasure. After successfully repairing the carnate spirit weapon, Su Zimo was in great spirits and wore his green robes once more. Looking at the little fox beside him, he could not help but reach out and touch her furry body. Initially, the little fox wanted to dodge by instinct. However, she blinked and stayed where she was, allowing Su Zimo to rub her body gently. "Little fox." Grinning, Su Zimo said with a playful look in his eyes, "Do you know that when you sleep, You snore really loudly. Damned scholar. How can you say something like that aloud? The little fox froze up with an embarrassed expression and turned to Susimo's palm before biting down viciously. Yelp! The little fox exclaimed. Susimo's palm was fine, but her teeth nearly cracked as she gasped coldly. When he saw that, Susimo could not help but burst out into laughter. Pursing her lips and blinking, the little fox's alluring eyes misted up and bean-sized teardrops rolled around, looking pitiful as if she had suffered great grievances. Susimo put away his smile hurriedly and fondled her forehead, saying with a fake sternness, "But to be honest, your snoring is unlike ordinary snoring." "Yes, it's nicer." The little fox bawled and broke out into tears. Chapter 544, Gathering of Nascent Souls. Chapter 544, Gathering of Nascent Souls. The little fox bawled and lifted the fire-blocking basket with her tiny paws, running away in a huff. Smiling, Susimo sat down and laid backwards, using his arms as a pillow for his head. Closing his eyes, a faint demonic glint flickered as he fell into thought. After crying for a little while, the little fox hid in a corner and drew circles on the ground, grinding her brain juices to insult Susimo. "Stupid scholar, why you really suck. Stupid scholar, you're a bad person. You're even badder than that stupid dead crocodile." The little fox spent her entire life in this underground cave and had never seen the outside world or come into contact with anyone. Although she was wary by nature, she was also innocent and naive like a virgin. The most vicious words she could come up with were to compare Susimo as being worse than the crocodile. Even though she had lived for dozens of years, it was a negligible amount of time compared to the long lifespans of demons, and her mind was similar to a human child. Before long, she was bored. Turning around, the little fox looked at Susimo instinctively. His eyes were closed and he was motionless except for his ears that were twitching. What is he doing? The little fox was curious and tiptoed over, completely forgetting that he made fun of her earlier on. Because her cultivation realm was not high enough, she could not hear the sounds coming from the palace above the cave. However, Susimo possessed universal hearing. Even thousands of feet underground, he could vaguely hear the sounds above in the palace. The palace had not been peaceful for the past half a month. Furthermore, the commotion was clearly getting bigger. All the golden core paragons of the North region might have gathered here with the birth of the vermilion fruit. Although Susimo managed to defend against strong foes of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects single-handedly when the human Emperor's palace descended in the ancient battlefield, the current situation was not looking good for him. At that time, he was a 7-meridian foundation establishment cultivator for his immortality cultivation and had attained greater mastery on his orifice clearing section for his demonic cultivation. He was almost at the peak and was a single step away from forming a core. At that time, he was comparable to the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sect paragons in terms of cultivation realm. But now, he was at early stage golden core and had yet to attain lesser mastery of his inner core. The weakest of the paragons that gathered were at late stage golden core, and there might even be perfected golden cores. There was a difference of up to 3 minor realms. Of course, those 3 minor realms did not mean much to Susimo, who had both immortality and demonic cultivation. He was still confident that he could suppress everyone in a one-on-one battle. However, there's a high chance he might make enemies with all the paragons of the North region by fighting for the vermilion fruit. At that time, it would be hard to stand victorious against the combined attacks of countless paragons. He managed to cultivate twin phenomenons, and both of them were lost primordial phenomenons. However, at the end of the day, he only had 2. At that time, there would be hundreds or thousands of golden core phenomenons by paragons, and that was a destructive power that was unimaginable. He might not be able to handle everything with his spirit energy as an early-stage golden core. Furthermore, there were golden core phenomenons stronger than the soaring serpent and divine turtle as well. Glass Palace of the 9 immortal sects and Malevolent Earth sect of the 7 fiend sects were located in the North region. If the paragons of those 2 super sects were to head over, it would definitely be a threat for Susimo. Of course, there was something else he was wary about. Would any nascent souls appear for the appearance of this vermilion fruit? How would things end if nascent souls interfered? Suzimo's wild thoughts made his eyelids heavy. He was truly way too tired, and right now, the only thing he wanted was to have a good night's rest. His comprehension on weapon refinement had advanced again as he repaired the carnate spirit weapons. There's another 15 days left. That's enough for me to refine a set of 27 supreme-grade flying swords. With that thought, Suzimo drifted into sleep. The little fox had just arrived beside Suzimo when she saw that he had fallen asleep. Furthermore, there was a strange sound coming from his nose. It sounded like tigers, leopards, and thunder. Humph. Pouting, she thought to herself, how dare this stupid scholar laugh at me when he snores so loudly? Even though those were her thoughts, she did not disturb Suzimo. She could tell that he was tuckered out. The sound from Suzimo's nose was naturally due to the marrow cleansing section. The breathing and expiration method of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was already infused in Suzimo's marrow and would activate instinctively even if he was asleep. Body tempering, tendons transformation, bones strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, orifice clearing, core formation. The 7 sutras reverberated within his body, forming a cycle. His rich demonic chi rose and started spreading. Hey! The little fox watched everything with widened eyes in disbelief. Is this scholar a human or demon? She could not figure it out at all. To her shock, she realized that her exposure to the demonic chi that was released from Suzimo's cultivation moved her cultivation that had been stagnant for a long time. Hee. Delighted, the little fox inched forward again and stuck closely to Suzimo's arm before starting to cultivate. There was a big pavilion 5 kilometers away from Great Chen ruins. Unlike the desolate ruins, this place was lush with greenery and willow trees stood in rows, filled with life. There were 4 stone tables in the pavilion. Beside each table sat 3 to 4 cultivators in weird attires. Some of them wore robes, some of them wore armor, and others wore tight exercise attire. More than 10 people sat by sipping tea idly with relaxed expressions, discussing with soft voices. Outside the pavilion, there were more than 100 cultivators waiting. Standing outside, all of their expressions were much worse as they looked at the people inside the pavilion with deep fear and wariness. If Mu Dongqing were to see this, he would definitely be shocked. Be it the 10-odd people inside the pavilion or the 100-odd outside, all of them were nascent souls. As he had expected, the nascent souls made their moves for the vermilion fruit. In the pavilion, 3 people sat around one of the stone tables with badges on their waists that stated Murong, Yuan, and Taba. They were from the 4 gentry clans. There were emblems on the waists of the nascent souls sitting around the other 3 stone tables. Stellar Lunar Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect, Heaven Motion Sect, 7 Kills Sect, Blood Mist Sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, Dragon Tiger Sect, and Shadowless Sect. Those were 9 of the 10 upper sects other than Dark Ghost Sect. The nascent souls in the pavilion were either from the 10 upper sects or the 4 gentry clans. As for the nascent souls that stood obediently outside the pavilion, they were from ordinary sects and factions as well as some unknown itinerant cultivators. Among them, the nascent souls of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties stood outside as well, not daring to have any opinions. Earlier on, when the Golden Core army of the Great Yu dynasty was murdered by the Taba clan, the nascent soul of Great Yu was enraged and wanted to head for the Great Chen ruins. However, a nascent soul of the Taba clan attacked and killed him in 3 moves. Up till now, the blood of the Great Yu nascent soul's corpse had yet to dry. Laying in front of the pavilion, his body was still warm from his indignant death. That was not the only corpse around the pavilion. In the North region, the combined force of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans was almost absolute. Chapter 545 Revenge. Chapter 545 Revenge. Seems like Dugu of the 4 gentry clans is not going to send forth any perfected lords. The perfected lord of Stellar Lunar Sect sipped his tea and said idly, Dugu Jian has an introverted nature and was born from a servant. He doesn't even carry the bloodline of the Dugu clan in him, It's only normal that there's no perfected lord coming for him, the perfected lord of the Murong clan said. Born from a servant and yet, he managed to climb his way through a gentry clan such as the Dugas to reach where he is now, defeating every other perfected being of the same realm. That's not an easy feat, the perfected lord of the Yuan clan lamented. Humph. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's perfected lord scoffed with an unfriendly expression, that lad is cold and heartless. He killed a few of my sect's geniuses. If that lad manages to get lucky and survive this vermilion fruit fight, the Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect perfected lord revealed killing intent through his words. The entire North region was shaken with the appearance of the vermilion fruit. The 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans had a silent agreement and sent forth news that nascent souls were not allowed to get involved in the fight for the vermilion fruit so that the younger generation could fight for it and determine victory themselves. The reason why the nascent souls of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were here was to prevent accidents and stop other nascent souls from entering the Great Qian ruins. The fight for the vermilion fruit this time round had an extraordinary meaning to it. Whoever got their hands on the vermilion fruit would become the number 1 perfected being of the North region. The 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans joined forces to prevent any nascent souls from interfering and breaking that balance. Therefore, even if Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect wanted to kill Dugu Jian, they would have to wait till the fight for the vermilion fruit was over. The hundreds of nascent souls standing outside the pavilion were stopped by the nascent souls of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry sects. Anyone that resisted ended up as a corpse on the ground. For the vermilion fruit fight this time round, the perfected beings of the younger generation would have to depend on themselves. It was a massive storm and paragons would be drenched in blood to see who would last till the very end. Suddenly, the sound of robes slicing the air could be heard. The person that arrived wore blue robes and was extremely fast. Another nascent soul had arrived. While nascent souls may not be tempted by the vermilion fruit, the appearance of the underground palace might lead to treasures within. Built in the middle, the pavilion with hundreds of nascent souls gathered around was way too striking. Glancing over, the blue-robed perfected lord's expression changed and he swerved to the side, wanting to take a detour around the pavilion. Buzz! The sound of swords swooshing filled the heavens. A white streak of sword light flashed from the pavilion like a white divine chain, almost slicing the void into half as it blocked the blue-robed perfected lord's path forward. "Where are you going, fellow Daoist?" The voice of the Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's perfected lord was sinister and shuddering. "Come over here. No nascent souls are allowed into the Great Qian ruins," Stellar Lunar Sect's perfected lord remarked coldly. The blue-robed perfected lord was rather calm as well and cupped his fists towards everyone with a smile. "I truly did not know of that rule. I'll leave right now and not disturb you guys. You want to leave after coming here?" Suddenly, a phantom shrouded by a black mist appeared behind the blue-robed perfected lord and devoured him instantly. "Ah!" A tragic shriek rang through the air. After 10 breaths, a white skeleton wearing blue robes fell from midair. The black mist cleared and a scrawny old man revealed his true appearance. With a ghastly aura and a cold gaze, he descended into the pavilion clutching a walking stick. The perfected lord of Dark Ghost Sect had arrived. As of now, the perfected lords of the 10 upper sects were represented and there were also perfected lords from 3 of the 4 gentry clans. The crowd was no longer surprised at the death of the blue-robed perfected lord. Things quickly returned to normal outside the pavilion and discussions ensued. "I heard that an Extreme Foundation establishment cultivator was born in the North region?" "Yes, but there wasn't any news of him thereafter. He must have been murdered. This is truly a chaotic generation with way too many paragons and monster incarnates. Even the human emperor's palace appeared. It's pretty similar to the golden times of the ancient era where multiple emperors rose. Great calamities are bound to accompany great eras. Although we are all perfected lords, the road of cultivation is one that is long. Who knows if we can tide through all the calamities?" In the firmaments thousands of kilometers above the pavilion, a sparkling spirit vessel that looked like a precious gem flew over at a rapid speed. At the bow, a man in a lotus position faced the wind with his black hair swaying gently, revealing an incomparably handsome face. His skin even sparkled slightly and was astonishing. Sitting at the bow, there was an inexplicable dignity to him. While he was only at Golden Core Realm, there was a confidence in his eyes that could suppress everything. An old man stood behind the handsome man. "Young master, there's no need for you to be this serious. Even if all the paragons of the North region stick together, none of them is a match for you." While the old man was at nascent soul realm, his hands were placed by his side as he said respectfully, "Yes." The handsome man smiled gently. "My opponents will be in the intermediate ancient battlefield 20 years from now. However, the gathering of the North region's paragons due to the birth of the vermilion fruit makes me want to come forth and explore to see how strong the paragons of this generation are. You're the #1 perfected being of the North region, young master. How could any of those paragons be a match for you?" The old man declared with pride. "There's naturally nothing to worry about in a solo fight." The handsome man replied idly, "I just want to see if those so-called paragons can stop me from getting my hands on the vermilion fruit if they work together. Foo-foo, that gets my hands itchy." There were 2 other people sitting in the cabin of the spirit vessel. One of them wore luxurious robes and had a mask on, covering every single bit of exposed skin on his body and merely revealing a pair of vengeful eyes. In front of that person sat a middle-aged man with pale yellow skin that looked like gold. "Chunyu, how about staying by my side? Don't go and fight for that vermilion fruit," the middle-aged man said slowly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Senior brother, she is the #1 perfected being of the North region. I won't be in any danger following him." The voice of the masked man was hoarse and he sounded terrible, as though he had been through a burn. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. "It's also good for you to go explore and train with him. Take care of your safety. Keep this jade pendant with you, it's enough to defend against the full-powered attack of a golden core." The masked man received it and hung it on his waist. After a moment of silence, the masked man raised his head and snarled, "Grandpa, you've got to take revenge for me. I won't be in this shameful state if not for Su Zimo. Rest assured, he won't be able to hide for much longer. Glass Palace is the overlord of the North region. As long as Su Zimo remains in the North region, I'll be able to seek him out even if I have to overturn the earth. I'll make him pay 100 times more for everything he's done to you." With that said, the middle-aged man's eyes shone coldly and he released a shuddering, terrifying aura. Even the old nascent soul that stood at the bow was frightened and jerked briefly. That was the power of a void reversion. That was an entire major realm above him. The middle-aged man continued, "I won't appear after sending you guys to the Great Chen ruins. There's a great Zhou dynasty nearby here. At that time, I'll head over and ask if they've got any news of that lad." Chapter 546, Commencement of the Battle. Chapter 546, Commencement of the Battle. The birth of the vermilion fruit shook the entire North region and paragons were gathered. As the deadline approached, the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects had all arrived in the Great Chen ruins. Those of the 4 gentry clans had waited for a long time as well. In the outer perimeter, geniuses of other factions and sects were biding their time alongside itinerant cultivators, creating a force not to be reckoned with. This day. Suddenly, a heatwave shot forth from the palace. In the blink of an eye, the skies were filled with a scarlet glow, as if a blazing sun was slowly descending into the depths of the palace as it stained half the firmaments. "Ha ha ha ha." Taba Feng's eyes lit up and he laughed with raring battle intent. "The vermilion fruit's about to ripen. Everyone, follow me and kill our way into the underground palace to get our hands on it. Let's go." Yuan Wujia waved his hand. Thud, thud, thud. Woo-hoo-hoo. The ancient chariots of the gentry clans tore through the voids with a rumbling sound as their war flags fluttered in a terrifying manner. The spirit vessels of 10 upper sects streaked through the air and their horns sounded with a shuddering aura. Taba Feng, Yuan Wujia and Murong Wushuang stood on their chariots and looked down at the world. On the spirit vessels, legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects stood with their hands behind their backs fearlessly, revealing fervent and excited gazes in the depths of their eyes. After the 3 gentry clans and 10 upper sects, The remaining paragons from all over the place surged forward like a tsunami wave. On the ground, a black-robed swordsman walked forward step by step expressionlessly with lost eyes that could not seem to focus. The strange thing was that there was no one around him at all. Although the crowd was dense, a path opened up instinctively when it encountered the black-robed swordsman. After it wrapped him, the crowd converged once more. Within the palace, a sinister wind gusted and specters surrounded them. Millions of otherworldly soldiers were gathered at this place, forming an indestructible dark cloud that blanketed the skies above the palace. Although the otherworldly soldiers in the palace were not alive, they maintained their habits from their previous life. Now that the palace was met with external foes, all the otherworldly soldiers were gathered here to guard it. Kill! 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 The millions of otherworldly soldiers chanted angrily in a dense, black crowd. It was deafening and formed a torrential aura that surged over. Boom! The two opposing forces collided and the world shook, causing the partially destroyed walls left behind in the palace to collapse. One side was the paragons of the North region. The other side was the guards of the once #1 empire of the North region that had spanned through history. Meat and blood spewed as the collision happened, and a few golden cores died on the spot while countless otherworldly soldiers dispersed, turning into malevolent chi that dissipated into the void. The otherworldly soldiers that amounted in the millions were scary. However, almost all the paragons of the North region were gathered here. This was a shuddering force that could destroy everything. The paragons of the 4 gentry clans and the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects killed their way through with various means, pushing into the depths of the palace in an unyielding manner and destroying endless otherworldly soldier. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan followed the crowd and exchanged glances. Both could read the shock in the other's eyes. The paragons were way too scary. If the two of them had barged into the palace and encountered these otherworldly soldiers, they would definitely be dead. Yet, before them, even as the most frightening heavy-armored mounted riders of the palace rushed over, they could not stop the ancient chariots of the gentry clans and the spirit vessels of the 10 upper sects. The heavy-armored mounted riders could not defend against the charge of the chariots and warships and were crushed into dust. Taba Feng wielded his halberd and Yuan Wujia wielded his golden 3-pronged spear, rushing forward with immense strength to kill at melee combat. They were unstoppable on their chariot. Wang Yang of Blaze Columbus Valley hollered and his sleeves fluttered, sending forth scarlet flames that turned the otherworldly soldiers before him into ashes. Kill! 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 With every word chanted by the paragon of 7 kills sect, his aura would increase by a fold and everywhere he passed by would end up in destruction. There was a blood mist that shrouded the paragon of blood mist sect the entire time and no one could see his true appearance. However, when otherworldly soldiers approached, they would be devoured by the blood mist and vanish entirely. The Dark Ghost sect's paragon was even more frightening. He advanced while conjuring hand seals expressionlessly. Yet, when the otherworldly soldiers charged over, they seemed to be affected by some mysterious power. The red glows in the eyes of the otherworldly soldiers gradually fainted and they surrounded the Dark Ghost sect's paragon, listening to his orders and protecting him. Before long, the number of otherworldly soldiers gathered around that person increased constantly and became a massive army that pushed into the depths of the palace instead. The methods of the various paragons were powerful and stunning. It did not take long for the paragons to arrive at the entrance to the underground palace. Taba Feng did not pause at all and charged right in with his chariot. Yuan Wujia, Murong Wushuang, and the paragons of the 10 upper sects were naturally unwilling to fall behind and swarmed into the underground palace as well. Thankfully, the palace was huge enough such that it did not seem crowded even as the paragons swarmed the place with their chariots. The terrifying scarlet mist in the underground palace that could devour living beings gradually faded. This meant that the vermilion fruit was about to ripen. There was no longer any green tinge on the body of the scarlet fruit and it had shone brightly with a dark red color. Even looking at it from far away, one could sense the tremendous amount of essence energy contained within the fruit. Some of the cultivators rapped over from the side and scrutinized the cultivators in the surroundings constantly, worried that they would get themselves murdered by accident. The number of cultivators gathered in the underground palace increased with the vermilion fruit in the center. All of them maintained their distance with one another with guarded gazes. Right at the front, there were more than 100 cultivators closest to the vermilion fruit. Apart from the paragons of the 4 gentry clans and the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects, there were also paragons from everywhere else. Naturally, no one was willing to display weakness when they saw the vermilion fruit. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan stood at the outermost perimeter. It was clear that they wanted to stay out of trouble. The two of them were curious as well to see who could obtain the vermilion fruit given this star-studded crowd and become the #1 perfected being of the North region, exerting dominance over everyone else. Although things were considered to be peaceful in the underground palace right now, it was filled with a murderous aura. Both of them felt shudders even though they were far from the center. The reason why everyone had not attacked was because the vermilion fruit was not fully ripe yet. Once the scarlet mist surrounding the vermilion fruit dispersed completely and it was fully ripe, an unprecedented battle between the paragons of the North region would break out. At that time, countless paragons would be bathed in blood. No one knew how many of them would be buried in this ruin. At the same time, 1,000 feet deep beneath the palace, a scholarly green-robed cultivator stirred awake from his silent cultivation, opening his brilliant eyes slowly. It's finally about to begin. Murmuring softly, the green-robed cultivator had a calm expression with a faint hint of killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 547 Arrival of the Monster Incarnate. Chapter 547 Arrival of the Monster Incarnate. When Su Zimo rose, he alarmed the little fox who was leaning on him by accident. She sat up and rubbed her drowsy eyes, looking at him instinctively. That single look was enough to jolt her awake fully. With a whimper, the little fox lowered her head shyly and covered her eyes with her tiny paws, grumbling internally, "Stupid scholar, you're stripping again." Su Zimo removed his green robes and revealed his almost flawless body. Going silent for a moment, a series of cracks suddenly sounded from his body as his tendons and bones echoed together. His height increased and his flesh expanded, even his features were changing. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo transformed into a burly man with rough features at 2 meters tall. With thick brows and big eyes, he no longer looked demure. The little fox stole a glance and was instantly stunned and dumbfounded. Why did he turn into someone else in the blink of an eye? I must be too tired from sleeping. The little fox could not believe what she saw and rubbed her eyes before looking again. The result was the same. She was initially flustered upon seeing a stranger. However, she calmed down in the blink of an eye and tilted her head, looking at Su Zimo curiously. Although Su Zimo's appearance changed, the unique aura he possessed did not change. The little fox spent this period of time lazing beside him and was extremely familiar with that aura. Retrieving a rough linen shirt from his storage bag, Su Zimo donned it. This time round, he was prepared to fight for the vermilion fruit using the identity of the divine Phoenix Island's successor. Back in the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo killed countless Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect cultivators. Both of those super sects were located in the North region. Su Zimo was unsure if the successors of those two super sects would move for the vermilion fruit. However, he was certain that there would definitely be a vicious battle. If he did not conceal his identity, even if he got his hands on the vermilion fruit, he would bring about an endless wrath and it would be impossible for him to remain in the North region. The safest way was to fight for the vermilion fruit as divine Phoenix Island's successor. After getting his hands on the vermilion fruit and escaping far away, he would then revert to his appearance and no one would be able to trace it to him. Furthermore, the identity of divine Phoenix Island's successor had already offended many top factions and it did not matter if more foes were gained. Of course, with this, he could not use many methods that could expose him. The ancient dragonification manual, moon concealment bow, blood quencher, and even the coiling dragon seal could not be used at all. During this period of time, he had already refined his 27 supreme-grade flying swords. However, the candlelight sword formation was way too striking and he could not release it easily. On the surface, it seemed like Su Zimo's combat strength was greatly decreased without those methods. However, in reality, with the mystic gold silk armor and both his immortality and demonic cultivation, Suzimo was even more frightening, using the identity as the successor of divine Phoenix Island. He was the monster incarnate that shook the entire Tianhuang mainland. The demonic existence that countless paragons could not forget was about to descend upon the north region. At the side, the little fox seemed to sense something when she saw the murderous aura Suzimo was exuding. He turned around and looked at the obedient little fox beside him. Although slightly reluctant, he still said softly, "I'm about to leave." Most likely, it would be difficult for him to return after this departure. He would definitely flee from the Great Qian ruins the moment he got his hands on the vermilion fruit and would not return casually. The pitch-black gem-like eyes of the little fox dimmed gradually as she lowered her head. Her disappointment could barely be concealed. Initially, she thought that Suzimo could stay here and live with her forever. While this place was cramped and small compared to the outside world, it was carefree and peaceful. She did not feel lonely as well with a companion. But now that Suzimo was about to leave, she would be the only one left. After pondering for a moment, Suzimo asked, "Do you want to leave with me?" The little fox had a lost expression and was silent. She was already used to this place after living here for dozens of years. Her presence was felt in every single rock and corner. Although her mother was already deceased and still, each time she looked at her mother, the little fox would calm down. This was her home. She had never thought about leaving here before. Even when she was locked in captivity by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, she merely thought about chasing it away one day rather than leaving herself. But now, the little fox was at a loss for what to do and could only look at Suzimo squarely. Suzimo sighed internally. He could roughly read the little fox's mind. This was something that could not be forced. The man and fox looked at one another without saying anything. After a while, Suzimo smiled. "It's all right. Even though the outside world is interesting, it's also filled with danger. It might not be a good idea for you to leave this place either." The little fox had not left the cave before and knew nothing about the outside world. If she were to head out as such, she would be akin to an ignorant and naive young girl that was cast into the wilderness. There were too many people who could harm her. In the past, Suzimo brought Monkey away from the Kanglang mountain range and kept Spirit Tiger by his side. In the end, there was no news of the both of them for a long time after they left, and even now, he did not know if they were alive. Suzimo was worried that he might not be able to take good care of her after taking her away. If that was the case, it would be better for her to remain here and lead a peaceful life away from the outside world. The little fox did not say anything and merely looked at Suzimo blankly without blinking. Gradually, a mist fogged her eyes in a pitiable manner. Suzimo was silent. A long time later, he took a tough stance and repressed the reluctance in his heart before turning around, striding away in huge steps while waving goodbye to the little fox from the back. The little fox gazed at Suzimo's leaving back view, and the mist in her eyes condensed, turning into two bead-sized tears that rolled down silently. A long time later, the little fox sniffed and reached out with her tiny paws to try and wipe away her tears. She had a resolute gaze, as though she had decided on something. Running back to the parcel of land from which she was born, she gazed at the corpse of the demon fox. "Mummy, I'm about to leave. Although that scholar has a bad habit of stripping and would make fun of me from time to time, he's a good person and tells me stories." The little fox did not know why her mother came here. She did not know why her mother refused to leave this place no matter what. She was truly way too young during the first few years of her birth. The little fox merely had a vague feeling that her mother seemed to be guarding something within this cave. It was definitely not the vermilion fruit in the palace above the cave. For the past month, she and the human were the only ones in the cave. During his breaks while forging his flying swords, Suzimo would occasionally recount weird legends of the mortal realm and various knowledge of the cultivation world to the little fox. She had once heard him say that in his hometown, people were buried after their deaths. She intended to bury the demon fox here as well. After taking a final look at her mother, the little fox bit her lip and tugged the massive body of the demon fox, dragging it into the scorching lava and letting it sink gradually until it disappeared. Once she was done with that, she took a deep breath of air and raised her fire-blocking basket, running towards the direction Suzimo left in. Chapter 548 Attack. Chapter 548 Attack. In the underground palace, countless gazes were fixed on that bright, shiny scarlet fruit, and they grew increasingly fervent. Nobody noticed that a massive figure was silently approaching from the depths of the palace. The mist around the vermilion fruit had almost dispersed entirely. The vermilion fruit was completely ripe. Suddenly, the air was still. There was tension and pressure. Many cultivators were motionless except for their roving eyes that darted all around. They did not even notice the sweat pouring down their faces. Given the current situation, any slight movement could cause a massive fight to break out between the paragons. The 10 upper sects of the North region, Dark Ghost Sect, Stellar Lunar Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley, Shadowless Sect, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect, Heaven Motion Sect, Seven Kills Sect, Blood Mist Sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, Dragon Tiger Sect. The 4 gentry clans, Taba, Murong, Yuan, and Gudu. Those powerful factions had lasted through history and managed to endure through the destruction of the Great Qian Empire in the past with their formidable foundations. But now, all the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were wary, and none of them dared to be the first to attack. Although the vermilion fruit was already ripe, it was right in front of everyone, and the person who made the first move would definitely be at a loss and would probably be drowned in the attacks of everyone. Hee hee. Suddenly, Taba Feng's laugh broke the silence. The vermilion fruit is right here. Since no one dares to take it, I won't stand on courtesy. Surveying his surroundings with a raring battle intent, Taba Feng took a huge stride forward with a golden halberd in his right hand, sprinting towards the vermilion fruit with a condescending aura. Everyone present was all paragons of the North region, the strongest of the younger generation. Even those that were not from the 10 upper sects or 4 gentry clans did not feel that they were inferior to Taba Feng and naturally felt no fear. Humph. Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon harumphed coldly. Taba Feng, you think that you're qualified to take the vermilion fruit and reign supreme over the North region? Wielding 2 truncheons, Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon had a domineering aura when he stood forth. Boom! The golden halberd collided against the twin truncheons and let out a deafening bang with sparks. It was an even split. Both sides were pushed back with that head-on collision. Among the 10 upper sects, Dragon Tiger Sect was the only one that focused only on body tempering. The founder master that established it was a remarkable figure in Tianhuang mainland and left behind the Dragon Tiger Sutra. It said that at the peak of its cultivation, one can subdue dragons and suppress tigers. There was nothing one couldn't do. The twin truncheons were also known as the Dragon Tiger truncheons. The truncheon on his left hand was etched with an intricate pattern that looked like a dragon's scales. The truncheon on his right hand had black-yellow flower patterns that resembled those on a tiger's skin. The weapons that both of them used were perfect-grade spirit weapons. Initially, at the sect competition of Great Jew, the birth of a perfect spirit weapon was enough to stir the capital and tempt countless golden cores. But now, 2 perfect spirit weapons were displayed the moment 2 paragons fought. Buzz! All of a sudden, the clear sound of a sword buzzing rang through the void. A sword light flashed. It was blazing white and tore the void into 2. The paragon of Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect had attacked and his slash sliced through the void. There was initially nothing there. However, the sword beam illuminated a figure in the air who retreated hurriedly with a flustered expression, dodging the killing move by a hair's breadth. That was the paragon of Shadowless Sect who was trying to get close to the vermilion fruit by hiding himself. However, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's paragon saw through him and forced him out with a single slash. The paragon of Dark Ghost Sect tapped his feet off the ground and charged towards the vermilion fruit like a phantom, but he was blocked away by a streak of fire. Dark Ghost Sect's paragon's expression was grim. The one who attacked was Wang Yang of Blaze Columbus Valley. A month ago, he escaped from this place and with the help of seniors in his sect, healed his injuries completely and even advanced in his cultivation. He was not only back for the vermilion fruit, but also for revenge. The moment Blood Mist Sect's paragon made a move, a gigantic star appeared before him. The paragon of Stellar Lunar Sect had attacked. The paragons of Heaven Motion Sect, Seven Kills Sect, Yuan Wujia, Murong Wushuang, and everyone else attacked either in pairs or in three-way fights. The situation was in complete chaos. All the other paragons of the North region seized the opportunity to strike. A long-faced cultivator relied on the speed of his movement technique and avoided a few fatal attacks in succession, charging towards the vermilion fruit. Before he could reach it, a blood mist appeared before him and devoured him completely, leaving no corpse behind. Some other geniuses that tried to close in were cleaved down by Tabafong's halberd as well. The battle royal between the paragons of the 10 upper sects and the 4 gentry clans was terrifying as hell, and any cultivators that approached were instantly mince. The many paragons that were present were extremely conservative and did not give it their all yet. If any paragon were to start using a golden core phenomenon and cause a threat to others, it would definitely cause a chain reaction, and that battle royal would turn even more bloody and cruel. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan stood at the outermost perimeter and looked at the intense battle of the paragons with pale expressions. This was a perfect representation of how savage and cruel the cultivation world was. The two of them witnessed the person known as the number 1 golden core of Great Shong charge in only to be beaten down by the Dragon Tiger truncheons of Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon repeatedly. That person had only managed to release his golden core phenomenon halfway when he was killed by Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon and died on the spot. Geniuses of the cultivation world were absolutely worthless at this moment. Only those that could survive the baptism of blood could be considered as the true paragons of the North region. This is way too scary. Bai Yuhan remarked softly, the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans are fighting around the vermilion fruit. Anyone that wants to get their hands on the vermilion fruit will have to pass by them and will definitely fail. Mu Dongqing nodded. That's right, their combat strength is truly way too terrifying. At that moment, a tall and burly figure rushed into the crowd. The burly man wore rough linen clothes that exposed his thick, muscular arms. His expression was steely, and everywhere he passed, everything was overturned as he charged right into the center of the battlefield. Another person who wants to die. Bai Yuhan shook her head and sighed gently. In this short period of time, hundreds of golden cores have already perished on the battlefield. Any paragon that wanted to approach the vermilion fruit would definitely be slaughtered by the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, the burly man had already closed in and was fighting against the paragon of Bloodmist sect. There were already dozens of golden cores that had died in the hands of Bloodmist sect's paragon by now. Controlling his bloodmist, the paragon devoured everything, and there was nothing he couldn't corrode and eat up. In fact, Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan saw some golden cores release phenomenons that were devoured by his bloodmist completely. You must have a death wish. When he saw that the burly man had no intention of slowing down, Bloodmist sect's paragon sneered and released his bloodmist to engulf the former. Scram! His voice was thunderous and shuddering. Not only did the burly man not dodge or avoid, his gaze was like lightning, and when he spoke, there was a mighty aura that burst forth from his body like a surging tsunami. Tsunami blood. The pupils of Bloodmist sect's paragon constricted and his expression changed starkly. With a torrential blood chi, the burly man forced back the incoming blood mist instantly. The unstoppable blood mist could not get close to him at all. The burly man did not stop there and extended his massive palm, slapping the blood mist directly. Poof! A huge head was lopped into the air with widened eyes. A single charge by the burly man dispersed the blood mist. Instantly, Bloodmist sect's paragon died on the spot in regrets without the chance to even release his golden core phenomenon. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.